Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here, finally. Finally, we are on the day where we can actually get together. And also for those, that's the camera, for those of you who are watching remotely, thanks you for taking the time and leaning in on such an important day today. Fellow founders, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and ecosystem stakeholders. Suffrage6.org is an independent grassroots initiative aimed to empower and educate startup entrepreneurs and build bridges to policymakers. It's my absolute pleasure to welcome you all today to One23 Startup Summit. During the Swedish EU presidency. So please join in, gather in, grab a seat. It's really tough to build great companies. And I really hope that our work can improve your chances of success by improving the landscape around you. We can't get you product market fit. That's your work, right? But what we can do is help you focus on being competitive and less worried about being compliant. Whether it's more jobs, improved trade, or better environment, if you win, we all win. So now let's get to the heart of why we're here. We're going to unite the startups and the decision makers. We aim to foster dialogue that's more about understanding and less about polarization. When I grow up, probably you as well, we get taught to listen to each other, to have empathy for each other, not fight. One should have empathy for others and not scream and shout. Somewhere along that road to adulthood, many seem to have forgotten those lessons. I hope today will remind us that we may have different perspectives, but we all want to create a better Sweden and Europe. I just want to give a huge shout out to the team, Superhuman project team, who actually made this event happen. So put your hands together from them. I'd be completely lost without them, so thanks for making this possible. I'm not going to go into the details about the speakers we have. You all seen it. It's a great lineup. And I'm not going to delve into the depth of the actual topics, because that's what we have amazing moderator for. I want you to learn today to use your curiosity to engage and talk to each other and surface new perspectives together, because we want to build bridges, not walls. And a special thanks to those of you who are here today, this afternoon. And despite the heat, summer deadlines, and annual reports, got here today to meet up and discuss. This confirms to me that we're covering really important topics. So let's innovate, collaborate, and most importantly, create change. Because that's what we in the startup world do best. And now it's time to shift gears and get this show on the road. I'm going to hand over the mic to our amazing moderator, and she will lead us all through this amazing afternoon. So please, with me, put your hands together for Beata.
Thanks for the trust. I can confirm that I am an entrepreneur at heart. I joined what we call the Swedish internet industry back in '95, and I've been supporting, I've been collaborating with, and I've been part of the startup community ever since. And today, it's my pleasure to help you navigate through the day. And as we prepared with all the speakers, we made sure that this is not a course. This is not going to be a long line of presentations, but rather we want to spark conversations. We want to help you ask the right questions and bring those questions forward. To kick off the day, let's be inspired by a company that is truly entrepreneurial at heart, and a company that is the OG superstar of e-commerce, Amazon. And here is their head of Sweden, Gulfem Toygar. I know, we still haven't designed mic sets for women, right?
Yes, I was thinking like maybe I should have jeans to put it, but I forget about it.
How are you?
I'm quite good. How are you?
I'm fine too. Let's kick off by talking about Amazon's spirit of entrepreneurship and some of your guiding principles that you've had since the start and that you're still working with. Tell us more. What's important to know and what can we learn?
Yeah. So let me take one step back. Before I joined to Amazon, I was watching Amazon very closely. I opened my first e-commerce company in 1999. Yes, it tells about my age, unfortunately. And I have, like, my first e-commerce company was literally a copycat of Amazon. And why I was always watching Amazon from far away, the main reason is like Amazon is really acting like a startup in many senses. And after I joined to Amazon many years, I'm with Amazon now over 4.5 years, I realized something amazing about Amazon. We have this day one mentality. So what is it? When you think of Amazon, Amazon has been around for over 25 years, has done many different things for the customers, but whenever we speak about anything, it's day one. We say like we're not like, nothing is finished yet. So if you think of e-commerce some 25 years ago, when I had my first e-commerce company, it was all about delivering the product to the customer, and the customer was waiting.
And getting paid for it, which was a big problem.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And nowadays, like, we can deliver next day, and we have like this amazing technology. Do you remember the movie You Got Mail with Meg Ryan and like,
yeah.
And do you remember the dial-up sound in that movie? Exactly. So we are that generation, and when you think of that generation versus now, how we shop, everything has changed. So sitting in Amazon, we could have thought like, oh, you know, we learned everything, we did everything. It's just the opposite. We always think it is day one. And what helps a lot to us in this thinking is, let's assume we are in a meeting in Amazon with like 5, 6, 10 people. We put one empty chair like this one in the meeting room. That empty chair demonstrates a customer that is with us in the room. So while we are taking decisions and while we are trying to delight our customers for better services, we always see the chair. We usually put it somewhere that we can see, not like that. And then we think like, is this innovation really good enough for our customers? So in that sense, when I look to this day one mentality and the customer obsession, I see very clearly as Amazon, even though we have been around for a long time and we are a very big company, we always feel like a startup in that sense.
And what does it sound like when you encourage each other to be even more day one? Like, what can you say to get a colleague to really, really focus even more on if we did it for the first time? What does it sound like when you have a meeting?
We have 15 principles in Amazon that we use. And one of them, which is a very strong one and which would be applying to any startup or any business, is think big. So basically, when we have these conversations, even if when we feel like the customer is in the room, we also push ourselves to the next level. We say like, okay, what else can we do for our customers? How can we deliver it better? And we're not afraid to fail, you know, as like owners of startup businesses, I know you guys are also like that. So you have to try new things. And some of the things you try does work. Some of them don't work. In Amazon's history also, we had things that worked very well, also the things that we had to give up. So we always bring the idea of thinking big and not limiting ourselves with the current day, resources, or any limitations, but just really look for the big.
If anything was possible, what would be the way in which we would solve it?
Exactly, exactly.
I know I've heard about another, or I've studied another principle, which is the working backwards principle. Can you explain what that means in terms of working?
Yeah, that's amazing. So when we decided to launch Sweden, we were sitting in Luxembourg. It was Corona times, and Luxembourg is a very small city/country, and they had very heavy Corona restrictions. So everyone was sitting at home. So me and the team, we were sitting in different parts of Luxembourg, which is like, I don't know, in total maybe 30, 40 kilometers, so quite small anyways. And we were writing a PR FAQ and press release. So we were writing, what would a Swedish customer read on our day one in the newspaper? Amazon Sweden is here. We are going to offer so many products. We are going to deliver things next day. We are going to do this and that. So everything in detail. That is the press release.
And then you think big as well.
Yeah, exactly. So that you put down like, okay, this is what we want to tell to our customers when the day comes. Then you begin to work backwards. So if we need to go there, like when we launched, we had 150 million items. We wrote it to the press release, and then we begin to look to ways how can we launch with 150 million items. So then we write a PR FAQ. The PR FAQ helps to the press release because it details things. So the press release, you can think like this very big thing, and then PR FAQ is like a little bit like your roadmap of like what needs to be achieved, how, and how can it be delivered.
And you co-create that in the room?
That's the amazing thing. So you usually put it to the cloud, so different people get into it, have different updates on it. So something very unique about Amazon, we don't use PowerPoint presentation, we use 6-pagers in our meetings that is usually created by many different people putting their inputs into it. So press release or PR FAQ is also done in the same way. So people put their inputs, then you usually have a 1-hour meeting where you go over it. The first 30 minutes of the hour is you're alone, you read the document, and then you begin to discuss the things and then come to a conclusion. Maybe, or most likely, you make some adjustments to the current document, and then you decide if you need to have a follow-up or go with it.
I've also seen pictures. There is always a mug with red markers in the middle of the conference table. What do you use those red markers for?
In Sweden, I don't think we have it. So
Sharpies? Because I heard, maybe you don't work this way, but I heard that you never send any material beforehand because you don't like email. So everybody's handed out the material to read.
Exactly.
And then everybody gets a marker and mark up any questions they have, which I think is an unusual way of working, not working with email. Is it true?
At the moment, how it was working is that you are receiving the document maybe a couple minutes before the meeting or exactly at the meeting, and then you sit and read it by your own, and then you begin to respond to it. But you're right, we are not receiving documents prior to the meeting.
And very briefly, you've grown over these last 27 years. What has been most important for keeping that spirit of curiosity, day one, entrepreneurial thinking alive, would you say?
It is the customer. So basically, when you begin with the customer and try to go backwards, you also grow with the customer. As I gave the example some 20 years ago, when you were doing e-commerce, it's all about finding some products, then delivering it to the customer, and also if the customer has some return issues, dealing with it. But nowadays, everything has evolved so much. If we did not focus to our customers, and if we said at a certain point after 3-4 years, oh, we are at the perfect place, we wouldn't be able to grow and get better. So it's always about the customer and how you grow with them, how you understand what their needs are, and you need to be agile, and your technology needs to be capable of giving them what they need.
And you started by saying that you were an entrepreneur yourself, and I'm sure many of us in the room would like to know some of your key learnings. What can you share with us?
Yeah, I've been an entrepreneur since very early ages, and I really liked it. I'm originally Turkish, and you know, Turkish people love to bargain and do some activities on sales and stuff like that. So it has been also in my blood in that sense. So I established 4 different companies from the scratch, sold some of them, and what I have learned personally is, and it also helps me a lot, when you're an entrepreneur, your life is never black and white. It has a lot of colors, and it's never a straight line. It goes like this. You always hope to be here, but you always find yourself somewhere here. And I think for me, my learnings are, one is not to be afraid. Tomorrow will definitely be a better day. This is what I always told myself. I'm a big optimistic in that sense also. I have a great support mechanism. I know my strength and my weaknesses. So whenever I create a team, I create a very diverse team who can help me and to whom I can help also. I think success cannot be individual. So if you have a startup, if you have a business, you have to create the right team. It's not about the size of the team. It can be 2 people, you and someone else. It can be 10 people. But you need to figure out a model that between this team, there is a lot of transparency, a very high level of trust, and you should learn to listen, and you should help also your team to learn to listen. And it's very important that you discuss the points. Then, in Amazon, this is something I learned with Amazon, we always say there is a 2-way door. So meaning that you want to do something. Tomorrow with you and me, we decided to have a shop. The thinking is like, okay, what's the worst scenario? When we open a shop, can we close it? Is it a 1-way door? So it's a decision we take and we have to leave forever, we cannot change it? Or is it a 2-way door?
So you want 2-way door decisions?
2-way door decisions. So what would help, or what helped me also in my entrepreneurial life, is that you take a decision, you take a good decision, maybe that fits to that time, but when it needs to be changed, adjusted, or sometimes you have to give up. I always tell to myself, something that's good about me is I never fell in love with my ideas. I feel proud for that moment, but if it feels like I need to adapt and adjust, I just go to that direction, adapt and adjust.
So it sounds like the way your leadership works is you create teams with low prestige, lots of cooperation, you let other people take a lot of responsibility. How else would you characterize yourself as a leader?
I am a people person, that's my starting point. So I always create the right teams that I become also a member of that team. So it's usually not hierarchical, but more like people are empowered and their expertise in the topic. So I never go and say like, oh, this needs to be done like this. Rather, I listen and I try to understand. But I also know one of my roles is to challenge or help people to rethink or maybe to make it better. I think that's one. The second thing is I choose to be super transparent, and that always creates the trust. When there is trust in the environment, in the organization, things become very easy to run, because then you do things together, you realize if something is not working well, but you are not afraid to redo it, and that works quite well.
How do you think your colleagues in Sweden would describe you as a leader?
I wish we could ask them. I think they would agree that we have an organization that is really based on values, that is like more like belonging to a group, doing the right thing for the customer, not making anyone feel guilty on any decision. And so it's I think it's 100% team work all together. So, and I think they would think like quite positively.
Tell us a bit about your learnings, Amazon's learning from Sweden, and some reflections on Swedish customer behavior.
My personal reflection on the Swedish customers, which is quite unique to me, is when I go to a shop and when I watch a Swedish person shop, they really take the time. So usually they look to the product and then they ask a lot of questions to the salesperson. And the salespersons in Sweden are quite patient. They keep answering and they enjoy it, which is very nice. And then there's real good conversation where you can really understand more and more details about the product, and then you can take your time to make the decision. So usually in shopping in other countries, there's more action and it goes like faster. What I like in Sweden, this is like retail in high street when I walk on the streets and watch it, it feels like people take their times. When we were driving from Luxembourg to here, we moved from Luxembourg, we stayed in Malmö and we decided to stay a couple days more. I realized that I didn't have shoes, so I went to that amazing shoe store and I knew actually what I wanted to buy. I wanted to buy a pair of Asics Keynote 26. This is what I always use. So I told it to the lady. She disagreed immediately. She said, no. Just go to the running thing and run a little bit. And then she took an iPad. She was like making like this, watching how I run. And then she came with 3 pairs of shoes. I put them, I thought one of them was really good. She disagreed again. She went back. She brought another 2 pairs. And I ended up spending like 45 good minutes where someone really took care of like how my feet is and really helped me out. So
you do shop and online. You go also to regular stores. Okay.
It's in nature. I think everyone should shop from everywhere. So it's not like only online, only offline, first hand, second hand. It's like as customers we have these options.
And what are your insights on your Amazon customer behavior?
Amazing part is the pickup points. So basically in everywhere we work in Europe, pickup points are never used this much. Before I moved to Stockholm, I used to live in Switzerland, Germany, Turkey. I have never been in a pickup point. But here...
You had home delivery.
Yes. Here, it's like pickup points. Swedish people like to go to pickup points. They wait a bit on the line. They know maybe the person who is running the shop. And then they pick up their stuff.
Do you know why they prefer pickup points to home delivery?
I have my assumptions. So I don't know. I asked several Swedish people, of course. The answers I got is about convenience and them not being at home at any time, so that they want to choose to go to the pickup point and pick up the things. To me, as a home delivery customer, it feels like as if it is hard. You know, you need to go somewhere and then carry stuff, rather if it comes to your house step, which is easier. We launched Prime in Sweden almost 2 years ago, and I was thinking, like, would our Swedish customers like Prime? Because it's home delivery, free, fast home delivery. I live 8 kilometers away from the city center. If I order something around 9 o'clock in the morning, then I receive the product same day even. To my doorstep. And the results are good. Swedish people do like home delivery when there is the option, and then they can pick if they want to leave it, they want the carrier to leave it outside the door or wait for them to pick up the...
I'd also like to speak about Amazon Web Services, AWS, which I think is a great example of creativity and also internal innovation, because when you started building Amazon.com, there were no technical solutions for a shop that wanted to scale like you. So you've built your internal structure, and then you've packaged it into a global business. How did your leadership principles help you achieve this success?
I think on that one, 2 things. Again, it was think big and customer obsession. So the customer, being here Amazon, needed a solution. And this solution needs to be so good, so big, that it can also serve to other companies to help them technologically. And this is how AWS was designed, actually.
I like that idea that you turn what you have into a product or service or a SaaS service for others. It's a very profitable part of your business now.
It's a very good business. And if you also think of the cloud business, it is also very sustainable. I used to, when I had my first e-commerce company, we had those data centers where you have physically some big servers, some mirror rate solutions, a lot of electricity was used and so. Whereas now, when you use cloud services, I think it's more than 3 times less energy that's needed. So it also brings businesses to a more sustainable place.
But then we have AI, which uses more electricity and more data power. So maybe it evens up.
Yeah, AI is an interesting one. When it is used on the right way, it really helps to the business. Like we recently are dealing with an issue that there are sometimes some fake customer reviews. So customer reviews for Amazon is very important. When we came up with it some 20 years ago, everyone worried, saying like, oh, you have this product, but if someone writes below it like, oh, it's a very horrible product, the product might not be sold. But now when you look to customer reviews, when you come, whenever I want to buy something that I'm not sure of, I read the reviews. Yeah. Now, it became so important that there are also some fake reviews that are on the sites. Now we are using AI to make sure that the reviews are real reviews, and that way we end up giving the customers the right information about the product. So AI has such uses to serve our customers better.
Finally, can we get your opinions on the uncertain economic times that we're living in, and several tech companies have announced losses and layoffs. How do you, as a leader, ensure growth during unsure times?
I think exceptional times always happen. Like, I'm 50 years old. I used to live in Turkey. We had a lot of devaluation, a lot of economical crisis and so. But I never thought Corona would happen, COVID. And during COVID time, I thought like I was stuck with all of you in a horror movie that felt very unrealistic, and I didn't even know what to think. Afterwards, we have a war. I was again like, really? Why is these things are happening? Then we have economical crisis and so. And for me personally, how I deal with these type of uncertainties and extraordinary things is I focus to the things that I can control. I can control myself. I can control what I should think and how I should be hopeful about. I can control the environment I am in and also the teams I am with. So, and I own the stuff that can help short term and big long term, and I stop worrying like what happens if it goes worse, what happens, this happens, that happens. So it's like I just focus to the things that I can control, that the things that I can make better, and with the things that I cannot change, I just learn to accept it and live with it.
So on a scale 1 to 5, how well is Amazon doing in Sweden?
5.5.
Good.
Thanks to you. I think the Swedish customers liked us. This is because Sweden is very unique. Before we came, I looked to the data because I never worked in a Nordic country, so I know EU5 very well and so. But I wanted to understand further. And when I saw like 90% of Swedish people are using internet, 80% of Swedish people are buying from internet. And then when I came here, I saw Swish, which is amazing, then the bank ID. So Sweden is very unique in the way that Sweden uses technology. That's why I think for Amazon, this is also a great opportunity because Sweden and Swedish customers are putting high bar for us.
I want to thank you for this part. Hands up if you were inspired by some of the advice and insights. Yes, so thank you for coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I want you to stay on stage for the next panel. Where do you want Gulfem? Yes.
I can sit here?
And I will be over there. Okay. Our next panel will focus on sustainability and impact. And we are going to ask ourselves how we can empower startups to comply and flourish, and what role should policymakers play in making their paths smoother.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello again.
Yeah, close.
Perfect.
Of course. Okay.
Are we fine like this? Perfect. Thanks for joining us on stage. Johannes, you've built 3 companies in the last years. What needs are you solving with your latest startup, Ihopa?
Thanks.
Which means together.
Ihopa, it's
a slang word for together in Swedish.
Exactly. Yeah. No, we are addressing what we consider a huge problem, which is that all consumers, we tend to buy and own a lot of products that we rarely use. We use them once a year or a few times. They typically end up in our storage lockers or in kitchen lockers. And we have, over the years, we have tried to create an alternative that is actually better, more convenient, and cheap. And then we have ended up with what we call Grannbox, which is like a neighborhood box. We put out boxes filled with premium products. It can be anything from power tools to cleaning machines, kitchen machines, board games, Nintendo, you name it. And then we allow people to become members in these boxes. And then for a small price per month, like 10 euros, they can get all access to these products. So that's it.
And how are you doing?
We're doing great. It's a long journey because this is a huge behavioral change. So even though everyone thinks it's a great idea, but still it takes time to make people change their behavior. And we actually have realized that we are actually kind of a retailer in one sense, that we need to not only attract the members, but then we need to push the products, you can say, but basically teach the members that there are products that can make their lives better.
Let's see if we have any users of Grannboxen here. Can you give us some vouchers afterwards, and we'll be premium users.
Yeah, sure. I can
give you lots
something.
of custom insights.
Yeah.
Can I ask something?
Of course you can.
It's super interesting. I'll definitely become a member. I was thinking, like, how do you make sure that there are good products in it? Do you have like some suppliers who become a part of your program?
Yeah, we have tight partnerships with the premium brands, so like Kärcher, Husqvarna, Bosch, because we have discovered that we are actually helping them very much, because they also want to transition into circular distribution, and they struggle to do that. So they are very supportive, and yeah, it's a really good match.
Amazing.
Caroline, you are a pioneer in textile upcycling, a very hot topic this week. You're developing new methods for saving discarded textiles. Tell us about the jacket and the pants that you are using today, you are wearing.
Well, we work with large-scale upcycling because we have to prolong the life of the textiles that are already out there. And so this jacket is made out of 5 pairs of discarded workwear pants. So we have basically slaughtered the pants and taken the pieces out of the pants that have life left in them and given them new life in the shape of this jacket.
And why is it so important to sort of close the textile loop?
Well, we're living in a linear system where we're using too many resources, and it's actually the extracting of the resources that is causing the big problem. And when it comes to textiles, 80% of a textile's climate impact occurs before it's even reached your hand. So basically, we have to prolong the life of all the textiles that are already out there.
Okay. And what is special with this jacket? I want you to brag a bit, because this is unique.
Yeah,
you won a big prize for this.
Yes, 2 weeks ago we won the Svensk Form. It's a Swedish design award for textiles. So when I'm gone, this jacket will live on in the books, which is good.
And Gulfem, Amazon has ambitious goals to be net zero by 2040, 10 years ahead of the Paris Agreement. And aside from being innovative when it comes to deliveries and packaging, how are you contributing to sustainable transition towards a more sustainable future and maybe also a circular future?
Yeah, so we do it in a very systematic way. We focus to reduce waste. Then we focus to carbon zero net emission by buying a lot of e-vehicles. Now we have over 100,000 of them with Rebellion.
Electrical vehicles.
Electrical vehicles. And we are also having an amazing deal with Volvo that's going to bring like very big trucks. We are optimizing all the destinations we use so that we use less in that sense. We don't use any plastic. And recently we are also focusing on something which is quite unique. So every product we sell, we want to sell the product with its own packaging without having the Amazon box on it. So this would come on its packages. We will just put the label and make it even more sustainable. We are the company that's using most renewable energy in the whole entire world. And by 2025, we'll be using renewable energy by 100%.
Johannes and Caroline, with your circular glasses on, what are your comments?
You can start.
Okay, so how are you working to nudge your customers into becoming more circular?
So we recently launched a new program where we are bringing renewable products. So like a Bosch product, let's say, that is used. So we are not like, and that went back to the Bosch factory and refurbished. So we opened that in Sweden. That's our first step.
Is that like a second-hand store? Or?
It's not like a second-hand, but it's like something that had some improvements on the product. So that we launched some weeks ago, maybe a month ago, but more will come. Because when we look to the Swedish customers, for Swedish customers, sustainability is very important. And as a person, when I first moved to Stockholm, I was really impressed how many second-hand shops there are. And also when you go inside, the way it is designed is really, really nice. So it's very important for the customers to see it, and also for us.
And what connection do you see between your business and Amazon?
As I said, that we have discovered that we are basically a retail function in one sense, but I am very curious because, I mean, to me, it's obvious that the world is transitioning into very much more like products as a service.
Yeah.
And I guess that you see this opportunity, and I'm curious how you are kind of approaching that. I guess that it's like a little bit disrupting your current business model, but can you take on this opportunity, or are you?
Yes, we are definitely looking for different opportunities there. For me, I cannot comment about the future projects, but our thinking is exactly the same. So.
Yeah.
Great.
Because, I mean, you have to be careful. Otherwise, there might be other players that take this position and become the Amazon for product as a service, you know?
I think for Amazon, our thinking is we never look to competition, which is a luxury. We look to the customers. And we know that this is sustainability and circular economy is very important for our customers.
Caroline?
Can I ask one more thing?
Of course.
I just wondered when people return goods that they're unhappy with or they bought the wrong size, how are you taking care of them?
There are several different models. In one of them, we are reselling them with some additional discount. In some of them, it goes for aid, like to help. And stuff like that. So every country has different models. We have something called warehouse deals. So these are the products that usually are returned and that can be resold also.
Johannes, why are startups so well suited for addressing large societal needs like sustainability?
Many factors. One is that they are driven by people that accept that it takes a long time, so we don't demand results so quickly and like profit so quickly, and also that we basically, I mean, many impact entrepreneurs, we don't make kind of a rational choice. We're just like called to do this, so we're kind of motivated by other things, and also I think that one thing that have struck me more and more over the years is that this quick decision is very, very important, that we can make decisions with very little data. And that is actually, I mean, it's all over. I mean, everyone talks about being data-driven, but if you're doing innovation, then sometimes it's also a blessing to not be forced to have the data, because some ideas, I mean, you have to try it. And then the startups, the small
like it's
startups,
a day one.
yeah, exactly,
like
day one.
Gulfem
So maybe you
describes.
do have that mindset, but still you have more to lose than we do, kind of with the brand and with the, you know, we can actually be a little bit more reckless when experimenting.
On that one, maybe I can add, in Amazon, one of the principles we have is "I write a lot." So what it means is leaders have instincts, they have knowledge. So it comes exactly to your thinking.
True.
Like Amazon is really, really data-driven, but we want all of us also to write a lot, which means that when we have our instincts, when we feel like something should be going to that direction, we also take that step.
Of course.
Yeah.
What else would you say, for a company that's entrepreneurial at heart, why are you well suited for addressing societal changes like, or challenges like sustainability?
So we all live in the same world, and we were chatting a little bit before, four of us. In my young days, I was spending most of my time in the sea, on the boat, and I never worried about the sun. And now today, even in Sweden, when I come out in the mornings, I put my 50%, like the protection. So we live in this world, but we are also damaging this world. Every business, doesn't matter if it is small or big, we need to think and we need to focus on what we can bring back to make sure that our world gets greener, our world is sustainable. So in that sense, Amazon has very high targets, as you have said. We are working with authorities. We share all the data, all the information. And when there are some new rules and regulations for, let's say, on carbon zero emission and so, we just apply to it. We make major investments to make sure that we also become or help our own planet to become greener. And one more thing, I think it all becomes with us, you know, even how we work or how we live in our houses. So every decision, every step needs to be taken in the way, like thinking like, how can this be more sustainable? As a person, as Gulfem, how can I add to this world or give back?
You're a two-person team trying to change an ecosystem that's fairly traditional. What are the challenges for a startup?
Well, one challenge is finding the right person. We're working with quite large laundry corporations, and of course the sustainability departments, they love us, but they don't really have the power to change the way that the company is doing business. And many companies today, they like to talk a lot about how sustainable they are, but aren't really in action showing what they're doing. So that's where we want to come in and show them how you can do this in practice by, say, upcycling their discarded textiles. But we don't want to just upcycle a small amount of textiles. We want to redesign their whole collection to make it modular so that we can create longer lasting pieces, we can repair them and so on. So yes, finding the right people in the organization is always very difficult. And also finding, connecting, because as a small entrepreneur, we have to work, it's all about building relationships and keeping those alive.
Johannes, what would you say are some of the common misconceptions regarding environmental challenges that you also sort of have to work against as an entrepreneur?
Yeah, there are a few. I'll mention them briefly. Like one that annoys me is that it's such much focus on only the climate or like CO2 that we tend to disregard the just natural resources in general. That's starting to change a little bit. But in close to that is that like I think that people underestimate the. I mean, we tend to focus on transportation, energy, and potentially building or housing, but we forget that. 1/6 of the climate footprint comes from production of products. So it's actually a big problem itself, but overlooked. And the other misconception, I think, is that we have too much hope that the free market will just solve everything. I think that we need to push from above, from the policy makers and politics can do so much, because basically we have over the 60 years created a system that is perfect for this, linear consumption, that kind of, or mass consumption, let's call it like that. And in order to change to something else.
So here is a panel that wants more legislation.
Yeah. In one way, but I mean, let's say like this. I don't think that it's, I don't think that legislation is really a problem for us, the current laws, so to say. But I do think that we could do with more legislation to push bigger actors in society.
Because legislation in the EU, both in the EU and in the Nordics around sustainability is increasing, and we recently passed a bill in the EU around textile waste. In what way is that an opportunity for you?
It is an opportunity for us because it demands that makers of textile will, in 2025, they have to have a plan for what will happen to the textiles that we put on the market. We have to have a plan for their end of life. And that's, you can say we're going to recycle it, but we also need to prolong the life of the textiles out there. So for us, it's a big opportunity because we are basically a solution to their textile waste.
But what are the challenges regarding legislation that you face as a young company?
I don't think they make exceptions for the very small companies, but for us it's good that there's a lot of legislation, because companies need to report in scope 3, the climate impact of the goods that they buy. And that's very good for us because we can both provide them with products that have a lower climatic impact.
Mm-hmm.
There is one odd, surprising kind of challenge for us, and that is that our partners, the big brands or the product manufacturers, they are now so careful to how to use the word sustainable, so we are not allowed to communicate together with them and even use the word sustainable hardly, because they are very afraid right now. So that maybe is a little bit I think that it's a little bit over. Maybe that's just right now. Just the last GDPR was a little bit. They were. I mean, all big companies were very afraid in the beginning.
So, Gulfem, what role should policymakers play in making the path towards sustainability more smooth, both for large corporations but also for entrepreneurs?
I think a two-way communication is the answer. So it's really good to have these legislations because it's really raising the bar for all of us to do better. I think it's really important that companies and the authorities come together and discuss the topics very openly, very transparently, so both parts can hear each other and have this ongoing communication, because a decision that's taken today might need to be improved or changed also in the future. So I think the main topic is to have this two-way communication.
And for players that are smaller like you, if I may say so, are you invited to the table? To the policy-making tables?
Kind of. But I will add something. It just struck me that I think that when people think about legislation and policy making, we think about politicians making rules for the private companies. I actually am more sensing that it might be more important to do policy making for public sector.
Why?
Because let's say like this, that I am confident that we need to treat this challenge, the societal challenge, this will require investment almost like in infrastructure, like trains or cellular networks. And in order to make that happen, we need to see it potentially as a state problem, so to say, because okay, there might be startups that actually go big, and then example, Ihoppa, we might actually make it and just put out boxes everywhere, but if you think about it, yeah, I mean, if we fail, should we then not do it? Because on a societal level, it is it's so profitable for everyone involved. So there's a lot of external effects, like positive external effects. And private companies sometimes have a hard time to charge for those positive external effects. And
is
therefore,
it difficult to quantify those effects?
Yes, very, very difficult. But they are obvious that they are there. But even so when I'm saying public sector, it might even be like allmännyttan, like public housing in Sweden. I think that they have like 600,000 apartments. I mean, that's a very big buying power, so to say. They can transform all those households. And then the municipalities, etc. But everything probably needs to come from the top.
And are you working with changing public opinion around what should be included, say, in an apartment?
Yes, we're trying, but it's very difficult. I mean, that's my vision, that access to products should be included in the rent, just as the washing room is, because it just then the model efficiency becomes ideal. It will hardly cost anything, and everyone will have perfect convenience. So let's do that, but it will take maybe many years.
Caroline, sometimes impact investments look less attractive to investors. Is that correct, or we have the wrong glasses?
I think that's probably correct, because it does take a longer time for our kinds of businesses.
To be profitable?
Yeah, because we're starting something new. We're starting something that hasn't been done before. And yes, that takes a long time. And what was the follow-up question to that?
If we have the wrong glasses on, and also
yes.
What we can do to change the the public opinion about these solutions, and also how can we influence investors?
I think in a way we're measuring the wrong things, because today we're not really measuring. We have to change our whole system. The way we have been doing things is damaging the existence for future generations. So we have to basically tear up the way we've been doing things, I think, and maybe start measuring things in a new way, because we're not paying the price of what things actually cost, because we're not paying for the externalities of the cost of nature when we produce this table or these pants, for instance. So we just have to start looking at resources in a new way. It's like adapting a kind of war mentality. Like, okay, it's stop. We can't extract any more resources out of the ground. What are we going to do? How do we make the most use out of these chairs, in a way? You might have to bring your own chair next time you go to a conference.
And I know you've been part of Incubator Sting. In what way have they supported you in developing your business case towards investors?
I think the startup ecosystem is incredibly strong and very important in Sweden, and once you're accepted into like a startup incubator or accelerator system, it opens a lot of doors, because you have to go through a very thorough process in order before you're accepted there. So it's in a way a seal of approval, because it says as a startup you maintain a certain quality then, because they would not accept you unless they actually believed in your business idea. So that has opened doors, and yes, they have really helped us develop our model.
Mm-hmm. But you are still looking for funding, right?
Always.
Are you also?
Always.
Always looking for funding. Okay. So finally, I'd like to ask you, if all of you had a magic wand, a trollspö, what's the one thing that you would like to see that could empower and help startups and large tech companies as well participate in saving the planet in even more effective ways? Do you want to start, Gulfem?
Yeah, I think for me, it would be the awareness around a greener planet.
If you could create awareness in all of us.
Yes, as a person, because it starts as simple as one person, and then when we are all in the same mindset, then it has the snowball effect.
And what could Amazon do to create awareness?
Amazon is, I think, doing this, as I said, in a very systematical way, in every meeting, in every all hands, in every new approach, we focus on how we can become more sustainable. And we don't leave it out. So it's like breathing for us. It begins with that. And I think that is the mentality, if I had the magic wand, to bring it to each individual.
What would you do with the magic wand, Caroline?
Well, I would say we can't recycle our way out of the problem that we've caused. Look at H&M, for instance, that they're in a problem. But I think my magic wand, I think we have to start with ourselves. So I would want everybody to just go outside, spend more time in nature, connect to nature, and realize that you're a part of it.
And what about you?
Very similar to Gulfem, actually, like enlightenment, but with a small addition that I think that it's important that all individuals in society becomes aware, especially of their influence as in their work, because I do like back to the, I mean, product as a service is so. I mean, that's my passion topic, but I mean, everything that has to do with sustainability, that I'm quite confident that almost everyone in their work capacity, they can have big impact on whether this transformation, if it's going to take forever or not.
Thank you so much for joining us, and we have hope in you and companies like yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to continue by, thank you, looking into the Nordic ecosystem. And we're going to start by looking at something amazing that's happened in Finland. Founded in 2016, Maria 01 is a non-profit combination of an entrepreneurial community and a selection-based campus for tech teams. It's the largest startup campus in the Nordics, in Helsinki, and the impact has been amazing. 7,000 jobs have been created. And we're going to hear more about the story, how the community was designed, how they reached their impact, and the challenges and the long-term vision. So please help me in welcoming the CEO of Maria 01, Ville Simola.
All right.
And I'll leave the stage to you.
Thank you so much.
Do you need a clicker?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Can we have a clicker for Ville?
Can we have a clicker? But I can start already since time is running out. So my name is Ville Simola. Very happy on the invitation to speak here today. Also very happy to announce that Maria 01 was selected as the winner of the Nordic Accelerator competition this year, which we're very proud of, since we were 7 years in a row as an nominated. So this year we actually won it. So I'm going to start our story by sharing, so in 2016, our startup ecosystem in Helsinki was already growing quite rapidly. However, it was quite fragmented. So companies were located in different places, investors were somewhere on that one street, and there was a huge need to kind of like bring everyone together. At the same time, city of Helsinki started to kind of organize different real estate facilities, and suddenly there was this one old hospital that became empty. So they came in with, I would say, a fairly crazy idea there, introduced it to us, to the local startup community, that would you like to try out if you could build a startup hub in here? And then we brought in a dozen companies, and they came and see the place, and they thought that, okay, we can try it out. So they gave us for a temporary basis of 6 months in the beginning, and now 7 years after, we can say that we have taken over the whole hospital facilities, 20,000 square meters, and it's become a very much permanent part of the startup ecosystem in Helsinki. About the kind of structure that we built in the beginning, so instead of us being like a public project run by the city, we create a structure where we're a limited liability operator. We do operate in a not-for-profit mentality. However, 90% of our income comes through revenue from real estate, from from different kind of memberships and also partnership fees. So we have 3 owners as City of Helsinki as one, and then we have 2 independent owners, the Startup Foundation in Helsinki, as well as Helsinki Enterprise Agency, representing more kind of the SME segment. From day one, the facilities itself is of course fantastic, and you need to kind of build a certain vibe and a story around that. But for us, from day one, the most important thing has been actually our community. So what kind of companies do we bring in? Which starts from curating the companies. So companies need to apply before they get in. Once that happens, then we make sure that everyone goes through our onboarding process, where we introduce the ways of working and the opportunities and different services and so forth. And then we do really active community management through engagement with our companies, organizing different kind of peer events and so forth. And maybe one thing to mention here is that we're not doing any sales. So all of our companies who apply come through inbound, which obviously means that we need to do a really, really good job there for our community and members to recommend us for the next companies. It's not just about startup companies, but we've chosen 4 different target groups. So for startups, we try to preserve 70% of our space always for startup companies. But we also see that it's very crucial to have investors as part of the community. So we work closely with VCs, with angel investors, as well as corporate venture funds. Then we have different kind of partners on the corporate level, as well as more kind of service provider level, providing different programs for our companies. And then finally, we have ecosystem organizations who are organizing incubation programs, accelerator programs, or educating talent to work in tech companies. So we are more viewed as a platform that enables different actors to operate within. We also done the values within our community together with all of our 1,500 members. So everyone contributed, then we voted, and we selected 4 main values, which are collaboration, international, impact and responsibility, and trust. And we have 45 different nationalities among the members who work in our community. When we select our companies, we look at 4 main general criteria. So first of all is that the companies need to have a scalable business model. And also global ambitions. The second one is that the product needs to be at least on a minimal viable stage. Thirdly, there needs to be some private funding or self-funding or revenue. And then finally, the team. So we look at the team skills combination, but also more and more diversity aspect there as well. And when a company comes in, they cannot stay there forever. So there's a maximum 3-year limit per each company. And that comes through going from seed stage to Series A. On average in Europe, it takes 2.8 years. So we give a bit of a gentle sense of urgency for these companies also to grow. About the results, so we track different metrics and we publish an impact report every year. Here's statistics on the venture capital raised by our companies, our active companies and the companies that turn into alumni companies already. So from 2016 onwards until end of 2022, our companies have raised over 700 million in funding. You can see there the top 5 companies, as in many of the startup kind of math, the way it goes is that you have these outliers and then you have companies in the middle section and then you have kind of like the long kind of the long list of different companies in different stages. So our most promising company is called Swappi, which is an like a marketplace to sell your smartphones, your smart devices, and basically they reassemble them and help you to sell them further. So very much also a circular company. Then in terms of jobs, as was mentioned, the companies have created almost 7,000 new jobs. And then we also counted the amount of salaries paid by the companies, which is over 300 million euros. And if we look at from the kind of public sector's point of view, now City of Helsinki making this initiative and the initial investments, now they're getting back 19% of that income tax through municipal taxes. So we're talking about tens of millions of euros. So I think we're a good example of how can public sector get those returns already within a quite short time frame. Few words about the future. So we are planning to expand our campus size. So here in the picture you see the now, which is 20,000 square meters, 180 companies and 1,500 individuals. So we're planning to triple that in the coming years with our expansion project. With the expansion, our goal is to attract also more on the growth and the scale-up stage companies, as well as major companies with their tech, venturing and R&D activities. And finally, I want to give you an illustration of the plan and how it will look like. So it's not just about office buildings, but we're planning to build like a full set of services in restaurants, health services, kindergarten, accommodation, and as we're in Finland, of course, we need to have one sauna, which you might spot there in the picture.
Where is the sauna, Ville?
On the left.
Ah, I see it there. Okay. What are you most excited about looking forward?
Of course, the campus expansion. So talking about the size of that, currently in Europe, the largest one is called Station F, located in Paris. And that's pretty much in a similar size as we're planning to be in the coming years. So I think it's a very ambitious project. And having Nordics as one of the largest startup communities, I think that's what I'm most excited about.
And what would you say has been the most critical success factor?
It comes down to the community and the culture. So from day one, kind of building that very transparent, very open, also like a safe environment where people can explore, they can try out things, they can fail safely. So I think for us that has been the kind of key success factor.
We'll see more of you, because you'll also participate in the panel after our break. But thanks so much for this intro, and a warm hand for Ville, Simola.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you. So we know fika is important, and we know that some of you might want to go out in the sun for a bit, or you want to go up on the terrace and mingle. You can use the stairs over there. There is things to eat and drink behind you, and we'll start again in 25 minutes, which is 2:30. You'll hear the music getting really loud. That means we're going to start again. Okay, have a nice break. Jag har den hela tiden. Och nu kommer det lite folk.
room.
Sorry?
So please take your seats, and I'll introduce the great panel. And for the talkers in the back, please have a seat. Janne and your colleagues have a seat. So we're going to talk about what makes Nordic countries pioneers in the global startup ecosystem, and what are the success factors, and how do we tackle the distinctive challenges of our region. We have a really, really great panel. Make a warm applause at the end when I called all their names. Marie Wall, who's the startup director at the Swedish Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation. We have Jonas Michanek. He's the CEO of news agency Scandinavia, and he's also the chairman of the hub Mink in Malmö, south of Sweden. We have Mary-Claire Maxwell, the program manager, export promotion at Business Sweden, and also she's on the steering committee of the Nordic Innovation House, and she's also been she spent 10 years in Asia and been involved in several startups and dot-coms in China. And we have, whom you've already met, Ville Simola, who's the CEO of Maria01. Please join me on stage and give them a warm hand. Hey. Thank you for joining us today.
Thanks.
Jonas, you've helped push the city of Malmö to create a new district that is going to be called Startup District.
Exactly.
Very briefly, what has been your best argument for making it happen?
I think if you're talking about how to kind of get the politicians involved, I think it was a lot about creating a vision for the future, transformation, green transformation, and jobs as well. And I think in the kind of tough times we're in, we also need to have a light in the tunnel, kind of, and that's what we worked a lot with.
Did you need to convince the startups that this was a good idea?
Not really. It came from the startup community, this wish of creating a more kind of a common playing field for a startup district. And actually, I mean, we talked a lot about real estate here when it comes to Maria01, for example. We're going to try to do it without real estate, mostly. More create a movement of some sort.
Okay, so I think you have a lot to learn from each other. I think you're studying each other. Yes.
Plenty of times.
Marie?
Everyone has been at Maria01. It's the best place.
Have you been there, Marie?
I have not been there.
No, so she's yet to come. You've been working with issues regarding the startup ecosystem in Sweden for the last 8 years. How has the view on startups and their importance for the economy and society changed during this time period, would you say?
I think that we have made quite a huge transition. In the 8 years ago, it was more about entrepreneurship and starting companies. Then it became more about scaling companies, secure that they could grow. And now it's more about the importance of the startups for the green and digital transition. And then it's so much more about deep tech and how we can grow the enabling startups to really secure not only their own growth, but also the transition of the rest of society and the industry. So,
and from your perspective, how much do politicians today understand that this is a great way forward?
I think that some do, and especially on the EU level, I would say that 1 year ago, the Commission published this new European innovation agenda, and that is to a large extent a deep tech agenda. It's all about how the deep tech companies will enable and secure that we can, the whole Europe can go through the green and digital transition.
Mary-Claire, what's most exciting today compared to when you started out in the dot-com business 25 years ago in China?
I think it's really cool to see that the Nordic values are starting to become really cool out there, and that the innovations and the ideas here have a global marketplace. So I think that is really great when you're out and about, and for me in my professional role at Business Sweden, to when we are promoting Swedish companies, that all the eyes are on us right now. We have the solutions, both the large companies, but also the startup scene.
What would you say are the Nordic values?
I guess, just looking out today when you can breathe clean air, but all the other ones around inclusiveness, work-life balance, that our corporates are listening to us, and that we collaborate around the table. Everyone is involved, from top management to the people on the floor. And also that we dare to speak up, and the fact that our kids are also out and about on the streets, learning to bike and are happy and being fostered in a creative, collaborative society. It's not all about going to school and then 10 after-school activities. We know how to light a fire, and that is becoming cool.
Why is that good if you work in a startup, that you can light a fire, would you say?
Problem solving. And being brave and dare to venture out in new markets and finding solutions.
The attitude.
Yeah.
Ville, let's start by looking at some of the important trends for the startup ecosystems of the Nordics. Can you share a trend that you think is really both vital and relevant at the moment?
Well, definitely AI is I think that's the kind of speed of AI becoming to the scene again. I would say we've been talking about AI for 10 years, and I think there's been clearly a Gartner hype cycle there, and it's going down. But like now, what we're seeing with ChatGPT and things happening, then definitely that will be the one on everyone's radar.
Mm-hmm. What are other important trends?
Well, the green transition, also as Marie mentioned, and AI, but I also think that Sweden has a lot to build on from the creative industry, from gaming, and that we have a different way of solving things. So I think these things combined will help us. We put more and more unexpected alliances around the table. You see how Mobility X Lab, a hub with a lot of mobility companies, start to work with life science and AstraZeneca. So these sort of convergence between environments that perhaps not naturally find each other, that is very important. And many startups might have one entryway. Okay, you define yourself as a startup, so you seek startup hubs, or as a life science company. But if you can be further kicked to a different ecosystem, or meet IKEA or someone else that you might not have in mind when you start. Or I think from my professional role, you want to expand into Germany, but we would say, hey, actually the opportunities are in the US, or actually what's going on in Southeast Asia right now is your market. So if we can make use of the Team Sweden support to really help the companies look into the right markets and the right opportunities.
Jonas, what is a trend that people around you are talking about that will also influence the ecosystem of startups?
I think locally I see two trends, and one is actually food tech. We have Oatly as a big unicorn down there in Malmö, who's kind of spreading the vision of that you can go big in food as well. And I also think kind of what you're talking about as well. I think hardware is actually coming back. Especially when it comes to the green transformation. And
why is that significant?
I think it's significant because I think we've had a big focus on software lately. Like tech has been software. And I actually think that the venture capital industry is also very focused on software these days still. But I think we're going to have to do a kind of a transition there, looking at what is actually important and what is needed in the world, and what can then, of course, also flourish economically.
And what does the ecosystem around hardware look like, and how strong is it from a global perspective in Sweden?
That's a good question.
Marie knows that, perhaps?
Yeah, please help me out here.
I would say that Sweden, when it comes to deep tech, because this is deep tech, we are really good at research. But we are really bad at creating the companies around to make this a reality. So we are more or less the incubator for the rest of the world in this sense. Right now we have a geopolitical situation where we have a realization that Europe really needs to be self-sustained when it comes to the technology that are the enabling technology for the rest of the industry. So there is so much more focus on those deep tech companies to see how can we secure that they stay, that they grow, and that they are building their business and production in Europe. And the pressure is not only from Asia, but the pressure is also from US with this Inflation Reduction Act that are really giving so much subsidies to companies that come and put their business in US. So the geopolitical landscape is really sensitive. And there are other things in this geopolitical landscape as well, and that is that the sensitivity when it comes to this technology, what you can export and not export, who can invest in your company, etc. And we have been quite naive traditionally, and when it comes to the semiconductor industry, we have great research in semiconductor industry in Sweden. There have been companies started that have had really fantastic technologies, but they have not really get some financing from Sweden. So most of them have Chinese investors now, you know, and that will not happen anymore.
So what is needed for us to have the next NVIDIA built here or created here in the Nordics?
First, we need more capital, of course, because those are capital-intensive companies. But we need a different type of capital, because the whole support system in Europe has really been built on that the public money are co-investing with private VC funds. But those VC funds, they are driven by financial KPIs. First and most. And it's easier to earn a lot of money on a tech company, a B2C tech company, than it is to earn a lot of money on a semiconductor company. So it has been really, really hard for those companies to get the funding they need from the current market. So we need to rethink public funding. To be better at supporting them early on with corporate venture capital, with foundations, family offices and foundations to create the foundation for Europe to be successful and competitive in the future.
Ville, what hardware superstars are flourishing in Maria 01?
To be honest, actually, we are very much also on the kind of software side. That's partly due to limitations with, like wet labs and kind of production spaces. However, we do have some hardware companies such as Anarchy Labs creating like drone solutions, for example. Then we have another company who's creating like microsatellites. So we do have some of those, but I would say in the Helsinki scene, hardware companies are more located within close to universities and research institutions. And usually the reason for that is that they have the production facilities or the wet labs close to there. And maybe something to add there on the previous comment is I fully agree on the funding side as well, but I think on the university side, also the incentive models to actually commercialize the research, because we have like a lot of great research, but the incentive models are more connected to how much publications are being published. But instead, if we would have more kind of how many companies are actually being created, I think that would also change the game quite a lot there.
But for example, drones. I mean, the drone market is completely monopolized by the Chinese. What would be required for a Finnish company to flourish and be a European supplier of drone solutions?
Well, I think then it comes down to the combination of hardware and software. So like you said, in China, like most of the drones are being built there. So the hardware itself can be quite easily duplicated. So I think it comes to the intelligence that the software can bring there, and then kind of applying that to whatever business segment you are into. So really creating that combination. And then I think it comes down to the things such as data privacy and data protection and those kind of things. I think compared to China, for example, we have definitely a competitive edge when it comes to that, and I think also many of the customers require certain things to be in place. So I think that's another kind of competitive edge that we have.
You have a really cool company, Varjo, which is hardware, software in the virtual reality and smart eyewear. So I think there are definitely great hardware, software companies coming out of this region.
Yes, Varjo is a good example. So actually what Apple introduced last week, Varjo has been doing for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
So now let's see what's going to happen. You know,
so back to Marie's point of better at commercializing, better at scaling, and finding financing.
But since we're talking so much about China now, and I think comparing like Shenzhen.
Do you remember where we met?
Yeah, I know. Now I start.
Now I remember too. 25 years ago in Beijing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But we were also very much involved in connecting southern Sweden, Mink, the deep tech hardware hub in Sweden, Nordics. Like we wanted to have Silicon Valley, Sweden, and Shenzhen. We did the maker trip together in 2014, 15.
Okay, I wasn't
like
part of that, but sounds fun.
But how does like Sweden, Nordic stand out compared to like the hardware mecca in the world, which is still very much Shenzhen, Taiwan related?
You're asking me that one. I'm not sure I know.
Anyone in the audience could compare Swedish hardware industry to that of China or Taiwan?
I'm actually thinking back to what you were talking about. I think it's interesting what you're saying, that we're really bad at commercializing and industrializing deep tech today. But I mean, that was what modern Sweden was built on, right? All the industry companies are still there. So why we're not making it work today? Question to everybody, I guess.
But it's not only financing. It's also what you were talking about, access to the infrastructure for development, for research, development, testing, and validation of this technology. And I believe that to provide that kind of infrastructure, expensive tech infrastructure, will be one of the most important things that the incubators of the future can do. That they need to, if they don't have it themselves, like for example, Smile, have it for life science. Incubators need to develop this kind of relationship with universities and with larger companies to offer that kind of access.
And bridge.
And bridge, yes.
I think another interesting is, I mean, from a government perspective, is the regulatory sandboxes that we know about is now.
I totally agree.
Finally, I think I've seen it from a fintech perspective in Singapore that has really helped to build a fintech collaboration between banks and the fintech startups. So if we start to see more of these regulatory sandboxes or whatever you want to call them, that is going to help the collaboration between startups, policy, companies, and more actors around the table. And I think here Sweden is really able to have those.
But I think it's not only a regulatory thing, it's very much technology.
No, of course.
But we do have test beds, and those test beds can also be used for as
Other
regulatory test arenas as well.
Jonas, if we compare the different countries, the ecosystems in the different Nordic countries, you work quite closely with the Danes. Could you tell us what fuels the Danish startup ecosystem? What characterizes it?
First, I think it's interesting because we don't work really that much with the Danes.
Oh.
That's really tragic, but that's the truth. We're trying to kind of change that now. We're putting Danish people into our boards and so forth to kind of create more connections, but we should be a lot better.
But you know a lot about the Danish.
Yes, and I would say they're very good at medtech. They have their biggest issue right now is actually that they've created quite a few unicorns, but all of them are kind of moving away. Actually, I don't think we have the same problems to that extent here, and they say it's actually because of two main things, and it's that they don't have the capital structure that we have. They're not as developed when it comes to venture capital, and they don't have like small Nasdaqs like we do, so to speak. And they also have a big talent issue, which is actually that the government is being really hard on immigration, so they can't get talent into Denmark. So they're moving away their headquarters.
And what about the characteristics of the Finnish market? You gave us some of it. What's important to understand, and what's the significance difference between Sweden and Finland, would you say, Ville?
Well, first of all, I think, Nordic countries are, in many ways, they're very similar. But I think the difference is what Jonas was saying about, for example, the capital structure. I think Sweden is the most advanced by far in that sector. Finland has kind of started from zero, basically. If you think about 15 years ago, I think we had maybe 2 or 3 venture capital funds. Now we're starting to have like almost 50. So we've been catching up a lot during the past years. I also think that the unique characteristics is also in the culture, because we still haven't had so many success cases. Like, okay, we have 11 unicorns already, which is a good start. But I think the focus is kind of like not that certain individuals will win, but it's more like we win together. So we have this really kind of nice culture there.
Who is we? The society or the community around the startups?
I would say, first of all, the community. And the community can be considered like the kind of close circle and then the kind of broader. But we do have, for example would be the Supercell, which is the gaming company, and their CEO, Ilkka Paananen. So he's still joining like a lot of the local meetups and coming to kind of share his story, and he's also investing in these companies, and he's really active in terms of how can we get also finished the immigration process is much smoother, the digital identity.
Strengthening the local ecosystem.
Exactly. So we still get those people who have built unicorn companies who are actually doing very hands-on work, and I think that's very unique characteristic of Finland.
And you also have Slush. I mean, come on, this is the coolest tech startup event in the Nordics.
Yeah.
That you've been involved with. You've been involved with that.
With Slush?
Yes.
Well, I was, been working in the same. So I mentioned in the beginning of my talk about the Startup Foundation, for example. So Startup Foundation owns Slush. They own partly us, and then they own several other initiatives. So yes, we work closely together from that point of view. But I haven't been organizing Slush, if that's what you meant. Yeah.
Do we know anything about Norway and what we could learn or what we know from that market?
From Norway? No, I think that it's just another European or another Nordic country as well. And I think that it's the same as with Denmark and with Finland, that we should collaborate more than what we do, actually. So
I think they have been very good at recent years building up the Oslo Innovation Week with the entire ecosystem there. I think that is becoming a great event and also driving the impact investment, the way we see impact investments and really making that, shaping the way we want to invest in impact startups and how you measure it. And of course, the Norwegian Industrifonden that they have.
The oil fund.
The oil fund is a really important investor, and also I think those money are now starting to fuel also impact and sustainability. So we have a lot of
but it's a lot of common values in the Nordic, I would say, this impact and sustainability.
And now they are cool. They haven't always been.
No,
I mean, I think
absolutely,
10, 20 years ago when we met in Beijing, it was much cooler in Beijing or in Silicon Valley. Now Stockholm and Sweden is becoming the cool place to be in, and the Nordics. So I think, but we really need to nurture that. Our politicians, our large companies, everyone to be able to attract more talent, capital, and international startups to this region. We have that momentum.
I've never seen so many Americans moving to Sweden as it is right now.
Yeah. It's super cool.
And I think especially when it comes to the international outreach, because we have this Nordic innovation that is like a Vinnova for the Nordic region, and they have invested in a lot of Nordic Innovation House and some joint
in Silicon Valley.
In Silicon Valley and other places as well, Singapore. And Marie Claire know this
Hong Kong,
more. Hong Kong,
Tokyo.
Yeah. So you have been very much involved in that. And they also have those scale-up programs that are pan-Nordic. And the ambition with this, all those programs was to create more joint Nordic startup ecosystem and create some reports and analytics on how to present the Nordics as a scale-up and startup region of the world instead of every single country, because to create that strength.
Ville, how much exchange is there between the markets, would you say?
I think far too little, and actually talking about the scale-up programs, for example. So we've been co-organizing one of them, and that is kind of facilitated by the Nordic Innovation. And the goal is to organize programs where the scale-up companies invited from all the countries. There's certain limitations in terms of revenue you need to have and so forth. So we've organized 2 programs now so far, and we've only gotten Finnish and Swedish companies to participate. And I think one of the actual problems we noticed there is that the local Spinnova or Business Finland, they have different rules in terms of how they can kind of subsidize companies. And now Finland and Sweden, they were covering, I think, maybe 50% of the expenses. So it was like a pretty easy choice for a scale-up to join the program because they saw the value. Whereas in Norway, then the subsidy was maybe 10% of the expenses. So I think these programs, they should also align the kind of processes, whether it's related to funding or something else. Now when we're using different kind of systems in all the countries, even though we have a good thought there as an umbrella, then it will get kind of stuck on the regional level. So
I think a challenge I'm asking you, a challenge could we work together on is talent supply and how we can attract and retain talent in order to compete with the US and China. And what's your take on this, Jonas? How could that be done?
I think we should leverage on the Nordic model. I think that's our USP big time. But I also remember listening to Helsinki something organization for talent attraction. And then I also realized that we have kind of different issues when it comes to talent. And also with the Danish example here, they also have kind of other challenges. I'm not sure there is one model actually for the Nordics.
You have one example where we are collaborating really well now. There is an investment tech platform called Dealroom. And actually, the Danes were first opening up the nation data about all the investments into the tech and startup scene. Then we were a group from Business Sweden, Swedish Institute, Energy Agency, and Vinnova to open up the Swedish platform. Then we inspired Oslo, Norway, and then also Helsinki business region were involved. Now open up nation data for Finland, and also recently the last player, Iceland, is on board. So all of a sudden we have now Nordic data on all the startups, more or less, that have received public funding, or not public funding, but official funding. So now we can really see data, where is the investments going? But one additional function on this platform is also talent. So the company is looking for funding or looking for talent. So this is a great resource. So any one of you who is running a startup, make sure that you have your card updated on the Sweden Tech Ecosystem platform. And from there you can also announce if you're looking for talent or funding. Or if you're an investor, check it out and find a Nordic friend to invest in.
So if I conclude, there's opportunity in being stronger together and finding ways to package sort of the Nordic model to attract and retain talent and capital, and also by focusing more on deep tech, but also clean tech and sustainability and circular solutions. Finally,
opening up new markets. For example, if you're in Tokyo or in the US, it's very expensive usually to have a booth at CES or some other fair. So when we come together and collaborate, we can come with not only 2-3 companies, but 15, 20, and we can build on the different strengths of our ecosystems and then attract a lot more. And sort of Nordic is a word not only in China, but also in the US. They don't really, Sweden, Switzerland, it's still kind of a mix up there. So talking about the Nordic region, then also the market, around 30 million people, becomes more interesting.
So Nordic as an ingredient brand is great. To finalize, we have one more question. If you had a crystal ball and you could look at the startup ecosystem in the Nordics in 2030, what are you most curious about when you think about the development? Marie, do you want to start?
So what I'm most curious about is if we have managed to create even stronger bond with the current industry and the startups and solve that, because I think that is one of the key issues to differentiate the Nordic countries as well from the rest of the world, to create this industrial startup ecosystem.
Very cool. Jonas, what are you curious about?
I'm curious about if we, the startup world, with kind of big words saying that we can solve the climate crisis, can actually do it. And I'm hoping we can. And I'm also curious what will be our big unicorns in 10 years in that segment.
Marie-Claire, I know you're a very curious person. If you had a crystal ball and had the answers.
Well, I'm going to work for that. It's a better place for female founders. And for more diversity and inclusion, so that it's not only for the, some kids that can start companies, but from all of Sweden, all of Nordics, but also that we are way more open to international startups.
Yes. Ville?
I would like to see how big can the impact of startups really go? Because if we project now, for example, in Finland, we're estimating that startups will produce approximately 10 to 15 billion in revenue, which is the size of forest industry or mining industry in Finland. So, really seeing that impact in 2030 and how much it will change us as societies, how much it will change our thinking. So I would really like to go there and explore that.
I got a lot of energy from this panel. Thank you so much. Hands up if you also got energy and some new insights and you feel inspired. Yes. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this next session, I think, will be special. We have a guest with us from Ukraine. And she will, hi Lidiya, she will be talking about how the tech teams of Ukraine are an important part of the Nordic startup ecosystem. She's the co-founder and CTO of Tech Magic, and she will talk about what it is like to work in this situation and how she is leading her team in this very, very difficult times. A warm welcome, Lidiya Dats.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me fine. It's such an honor to be invited to this conference. I feel so much connected to your countries. I studied innovations and entrepreneurship at Moderator University in Sweden. And you have great professors, and what I learned from them helped me build a business when I came back to Ukraine. Before starting Tech Magic, my current company, I've been in startup founders' shoes many times. We built MVP, we raised venture capital, we ran many experiments, but these ideas didn't work out. And later, together with my partners, we created Tech Magic. It's a software engineering company that now employs over 300 people. And we help startups build dedicated, culturally aligned engineering teams in Ukraine. We've been closely working with Swedish startup ecosystem for many years. We are good friends with guys from Sub 46, Sting Business Accelerator, and we work with many Swedish tech companies like Tagis. It's an e-learning provider for airline industry, Universum, which is global employer branding leader, Telescope, intelligent analytics platform, and many, many others. We're also present in the whole Nordic region and also in the UK and the US. And despite the war, my company, which is fully located in Ukraine, like employees are located in Ukraine, has even grown last year. And Ukraine has always been a huge IT hub in Europe, involving about 300,000 talents. And now it plays even a more important role. You know that Russia launches missile strikes on Ukraine every day. In the east, near the border, they are bombing our factories to destroy our economy. They hit residential buildings, hospitals, to force us to give up. But the tech industry is more resilient because we can work online.
It moves around when you move your head.
But moving to a safer region of the country. And that's what we do. I will give you a little bit of context on how we organized our work during the war. As for myself, I live in Ville, and it's a city of almost 1 million people population, and it is close to the border with Poland, which is part of NATO. And my city became kind of a refugee hub for people from the whole country, because it's far away from the front line. And we are lucky because our main office is here. And last year, on the 24th of February, I wake up from the morning call from my dad telling me, wake up, the war has begun. And I looked at my 3-month-old son snoring by my side, and I was scared. And this day was spent on urgent meetings with our leadership team. Of course, we had a risk mitigation plan, but we never believed we would need to activate it. So our first challenge was physical security of our employees, and we were relocating people to Lviv. Colleagues hosted their teammates in their homes because there were absolutely no free places to stay. Hotels, apartments, everything was booked. The war is devastating and painful for all of us, but the business has to operate. So second biggest challenge was business continuity, and we had to deliver projects, tasks to our international clients. People cannot lose their jobs in the middle of the war. And everyone understands that the work must be done on time, and we must meet the expectations of our clients. And the war began on Thursday. And on Monday, a few days later, after the full-scale invasion, 90% of our employees were already working on their projects. So their commitment was extraordinary. And that's why we haven't lost any client because of the situation in Ukraine. And during the coldest winter times, the enemy tried to do everything to deprive us of electricity. So before, we got used to work from home, just like you do probably. But when there were many shellings on our energy infrastructure, we saw the opposite trend. The employees returned back to offices because they didn't have electricity and internet at home. So our offices were equipped with diesel generators, Starlinks, and people can charge their laptops and work. And thanks to international partners, our infrastructure is fully operational again. Our third biggest challenge was dealing with uncertainty, stress, and anxiety. As an organization, we have learned to work in extremely difficult conditions. I will give you just a few examples. So missiles fly over Ukraine, and people are working online from bomb shelters, bathrooms, because it's considered to be the safest place in an apartment. And when you hear an air raid siren, and now there are mobile apps that notify you, and people go to a shelter or an underground parking and continue working from there. I can show you a few pictures of how it looks like. Can you see my screen? Yeah, so these are my colleagues that are working from basements, parking. Sometimes they take their pets with them, they take their laptop. Yes, so here you can also see my colleague working on her projects in a basement, and then another colleague working from a bathroom. And this is a small, let's call it co-working area that we managed to organize in underground parking in our fancy office. Yeah, so here you can see how we worked. So I will stop sharing my screen. Yes. I hope I'm back. Yeah.
Support you and your colleagues at Tech Magic and the whole ecosystem?
The Swedish government supports us a lot, and thank you for everything you have already done for us. So please support local charity organizations, because they know the actual needs. They are the fastest, the most effective. Large organizations, large international funds are quite bureaucratic institutions, and it takes time for them to analyze the situation and take action. So my recommendation is to donate to Come Back Alive charity fund. You guys are doing incredible work. I can show you, I can send you the link after our conversation. And please hire Ukrainians, hire Ukrainian companies, Ukrainian business, because Ukrainians are known for being hardworking and extremely committed.
Thank you so much for joining us, and also for reminding us that work can be sort of a ray of hope in really, really difficult times. I want to turn the camera on to our audience, and I want them to give you a warm hand. And thank you so much for taking your time to join us today, Lidiya. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Life is pretty easy here after all. Thank you. So we'll go on and talk about, we have a panel dedicated for a dialogue on policy for startup success. And once again, the team has managed to invite a really great panel. So I'll introduce them, all our panelists, and then please help me in welcoming them with a warm hand. We have Elisabeth Tandringqvist, who's member of the Parliament and Vice Chair Committee on Industry and Trade. She's also an entrepreneur and business angel. We have Janne Elvelid. He's head of policy at Meta for Sweden and Finland. Warm welcome. And Niklas Rudemo, Chief Product Officer at Startup Tools. Great to have you. And Clark Parsons, who's the Managing Director of the Internet Economy Foundation. What a wonderful panel. Give them a warm hand. I'll start with you, Niklas. You are part of the team building Startup Tools, and you call yourself a one-stop shop for growth legal.
Yeah.
What would you say startups need the most help with when it comes to legal?
Well, we have found that it's regulatory things, filings to the Swedish Company Registration Office, Bolagsverket. Before I started Startup Tools, I actually requested some statistics from them and found out that 60% of all registrations of share issues and warrants, stock options, were wrong in some kind if they were filed by the entrepreneurs themselves. It was a little better if they had gone through a law firm. They had only an error rate of 58%, so 2% improvement. We thought we could do better, so that's, I mean, we've seen obviously...
Was this because it was so difficult to file, or was it because the companies didn't pay a lot of attention to do it correctly?
No, it is one of those things that humans are really bad at and computers are really good at. When you do these things, there are multiple documents you have to create and they connect to each other. So if you have a shareholder meeting on a certain date that decides on a share issue, that date has to be reflected in a number of other documents. So it's just a coordination problem. If you do that by hand, you're going to end up making a lot of manual errors, simply. It's as simple as that.
So you save a lot of time for many startups.
Yes.
Great.
But we also standardize so that we standardize things like shareholder agreements. So people know that if they have downloaded a shareholder agreement from us, they know that it's used by quite a few people. So it shouldn't contain a lot of surprises.
Okay. So you lower the costs for legal as well?
Well, that's the hope, at least.
Yeah. Clark, with the Internet Economy Foundation, you want to build a think tank both for the internet economy and the internet age. What would you say, what should policy making for the internet age look like?
Thanks. In a word, probably speed. A little caveat, I'm not a lawyer. I've ended up on a policy panel because we started out with this foundation to help startups and scale-ups, and we thought we would be talking about the topics on the previous panel, VC, ecosystem. I loved that panel, but the market put me on this panel because, unfortunately, a lot of the biggest companies in the world now have some dominant positions in particular areas, and it's very difficult for a lot of the European scale-ups to challenge them. I can think of a streaming company from Stockholm, actually. It's a great example. They've been fighting in Brussels for a long time. So the problem is that we have well, the US policy for the internet age was no policy. Bill Clinton was quite proud of that in 1996. It was great for a while, but now we have market consolidation, we have self-preferencing, we have all these sort of competition issues that have popped up, and it's very difficult for startups and scale-ups, 10-person teams, 3-person teams to think about policy and how can I compete with Google, how can I get in the App Store. So the problem is we need speed in our competition policy. That's why the Digital Markets Act in Brussels is going to be, I think, such a great thing. So if I can boil it down to one word, it's we need our competition policy to catch up with the internet speed that the market is moving at.
Because in reality, what does policy making look like today?
On the competition side, a lot of announcements and very little real teeth behind it, although we might see something with Google and their complete vertical right now coming out of Brussels. But in general, it's just been very, very difficult because they didn't have the toolbox they needed. The great Latin phrase is ex ante regulation, which we're finally getting. We've had it in Germany now for a couple years, and we're about to get it in Europe, which essentially means that a regulator can jump in before a suit is filed, before there's a victim, and say, that's bad behavior, you should change your policy. So that, I think, is going to make the playing field a little more level for our startups and scale-ups. And I think that's something we need. Unfortunately, what we see often, Brussels is in love with its power to regulate the internet. And so with things like the AI Act right now, you see sort of policy in search of a problem. And the market's moving so fast, they keep sort of trying to figure out how to revise the policy they haven't even written yet. Because
so it was too speedy.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, if you try and sort of do a surgical knife on a fast-moving tech market, you're never going to hit it. You need to try and just get a few core principles. And I love the Swedish, actually, model. I mean, you guys are much more free market than, let's say, the French and the Germans, and I think it works very well here.
Elizabeth, you are a startup and tech advocate in the Swedish Parliament.
Yep.
And outside of that, you also are a business angel, so you know a lot about the Swedish startup ecosystem. How much are politicians in Sweden aware of what the next generation of companies need?
Very little.
What should they be aware of?
No, but just to give a little backdrop on that. It's because I think that there's sort of a startup economy fatigue in politics, and sort of in the business community or this business discussion, because we have the war in Ukraine, we have a NATO process, we have high inflation, high interest. So there are many other things that are on your plate. And politics, or the debate in society, or especially the debate within the business area, works just as any CEO. You just have, a couple of main topics that you can handle at one at a time. And, when there's a new crisis, you go there and you forgot about, the growth that you need to be taking care of. So I think it's super important that this type of initiative, and also what the Swedish Incubators and Science Park did last week, so increase the level of awareness that what actually can be the next phase. And you talk a little bit, or now we focus a little bit on internet and anything that's digital. The previous panel also spoke about the hardware, and I think that making politics understand what the need for the new hardware revolution, or what's needed in that, is very important. The other thing is also, when it comes to the AI, politicians panicked. I'm trying to make them understand, a lot of my colleagues, that many things that they're talking about is actually not AI. It's just, it's an algorithm. It doesn't have to be AI. It's everything that's digital is not per se AI. Very few things are. As an investor,
so the level of technology literacy is fairly low.
It's very low. I mean, as an investor, we've seen AI on any deck for 5 to 6 years, and we know that most of the things were not. But so the level, both in the needs for sort of what kind of capital is actually hardware and the scale up in that area needing. That's one thing. And I also think that the educated look upon what's the future AI and how we can work with it, that is also something that's super important.
Janne, you've led the policy work of Meta within AI and fintech in the EU. And from your point of view, how much are the decision makers in Brussels aware of the needs of startups, would you say, and especially the technology companies?
Well, I assume that it would vary a lot. Not everyone has such a deep background and understanding as Elisabeth has from business community. Some come from other. And at the same time, I think we don't have to necessarily demand that they're experts. We do need them to be curious, listening to us, and talk to other that has this expertise in this pace of change with technology. Like you mentioned, we have this old structures, and it's just impossible to keep up fully. So I do think, do they fully understand? No, not really. I agree with you on that. On the one hand, I'm not sure we need to demand it either. However, what we do demand is that they do listen. And here, I think in Brussels, there are a little bit of better structures representing startups in the conversations that around new regulation and policy.
Can you give an example?
There are a bunch of startup hubs. Are you based in Brussels, by the way?
I'm in Berlin.
Yeah. So, but some of these are also, some of the other countries are more frequently in Brussels representing their startup ecosystems than we have. Sweden now, Sub 46 is obviously doing this, and that's a really great initiative. And I hope this will lead to sort of more gathering of Swedish startups and being represented towards Swedish government, of course, or Swedish politicians, but also towards the Brussels level of this. Because I really do think, while some of these new acts, like the DMA is just one example, I think the list now is really long of acts that our future tech startups will have to have at least some level of understanding of. And in the past, it hasn't been that much. Some of them are really aimed at bigger companies, like the company I represent, Meta. And I think that's reasonable, understandable. However, I'm not sure in all cases that you're going to achieve that level playing field only. You might also, future will tell, get a situation where the current really big ones with hundreds and thousands of lawyers like we've got will be able to meet these standards. And you'll put a cap for these new future Swedish European ones that just when you're on your growth path, you still, look, I'm not saying that necessarily will happen, but I do think that's a bit of a risk when you try to regulate a specific group of companies like you're trying now. with the intentional support in that one, and then you realize, oh Jesus, that one's also going to have to live.
I just have to interrupt you, not interrupt you, but there are some car fumes here on the stage.
Yeah.
Could you close the door or make sure the ventilation is not trying to kill us up here? Thank you. I don't know who's in charge of it, but it's a bit difficult to breathe. And can we go to and talk about the regulatory environment in the Nordic countries for startups? Just what is important to understand, Elizabeth? What do we need to understand in order to discuss how to improve it, how to understand it?
I think today, I think it's very important to understand the different stages that a startup is going through. That is very little known. The needs of the first startup or the pre-seed company and the sort of Series A is vastly different. And sometimes politicians listen to one startup company and say, well, they needed X, and then they come to another saying needing Y, and not understanding they're totally different companies and totally different needs. So that's one thing. I also think about that startups nowadays look very different than they did in Sweden 15 years ago. You can have sort of a startup that is very quickly becoming a huge company, where you have a scale up, or you're coming to. You have mining companies now that are or making steel that are startup-like in how they go about their business model. And there are a number of other things. We have new... So
the line between traditional and tech startup is blurring a bit.
It's blurring, and then it comes to, you'll also have startups when it comes to nuclear power. So that is probably going to need totally different regulations. So then there's a regulatory part of startups that we've never seen before.
What would help in order for us not to be fluffy and to put everything into sort of one discussion? How could we nuance the discussion so that we address the right issues?
I think so. There's one, general topics, and then there's some tax issues, and then you can make it into the different stages. Maybe you have 3 different stages, and so these are the capital requirements, and you will see it probably coming to a scale-up phase when it comes to a software company, whereas you come to somebody that needs to build their factory. Very different, and probably the government response on that would be also very different. You will have, just making the different phases and making different sort of topics, I think that would be very, very helpful. Like a one-pager, I can see it in front of me. That would be very helpful.
Yeah, you can start, and we could make it a shared document. Niklas, what else do we need to understand about
the regulatory
environment?
Well, one thing that I have been obsessing about for a very long time is the lack of understanding of how digital systems work and how to implement that. We've had a law in Sweden since 1999 that obliges Bolagsverket to accept digital signatures. And they still cannot accept, well, they can sort of now with a really, really stupidly implemented beta version accept digital submissions.
So but digital infrastructure is needed.
The problem is really simple to solve. And I've talked to numerous secretaries at Bolagsverket, the chief of legal there, numerous times, and they just don't get it. I mean, they agree to me when I criticize the way they do it, but they simply cannot make the right decision, and they make overcomplicated, convoluted solutions when it could be really simple. I mean, you could solve it tomorrow, but they just don't want to.
They don't want to, or they don't know how to do it, or what's your analysis here?
To get technical, we have 3 levels of digital signatures. So one is called advanced signatures, that's bank ID, and one is called qualified signatures, and it's a higher level. And it's almost nobody uses it. For submissions to Verksamt, they accept advanced signatures, but bank ID, but they don't if I submit it to them. Then they require qualified signatures, which is completely nonsensical. There's no reason why they raise the bar so high, but they make it super difficult to. And the second thing is that they must understand that in order to work well in the digital age, they shouldn't just digitize things. They should make them possible to automate. So, for example, every time you introduce Bank ID as a step in the process of submitting something, you're making it impossible to automate because you cannot have a computer log in by Bank ID, and that's Bolagsverket always does that.
Yeah.
So they make it super difficult to integrate with them.
Sometimes it's easier to understand something if you see it from outside. Can you, Clark, seeing what you've heard here, how does it differ from other European countries, and also what you know of the Nordic landscape?
I have to laugh. I'm living in the country where we still get business cards with fax numbers on them. So yeah, I'm from the past. I also have to laugh because in Germany we do studies saying, boy, if we could just get Sweden's level of venture capital per capita, we'd be ruling the world. Sorry, terrible phrase from a German resident. But, so you guys have 3 times the VC per capita than the German ecosystem has. We literally do charts showing, boy, if we could just be Sweden, then all of Europe would be rocking. So I see your glass very half full, and I kind of laugh at this kind of discussion. You have the Swedish IP model, which is rare. So all of your scientists have the full rights to their intellectual property they're developing at your research centers. 2 weeks ago, I was here at the EU's Deep Tech conference, and I met a German running a nanotech institute here at a university in Sweden, and he showed me the 2-page paper that he sent to Vonovia to try and get postdoctoral entrepreneurial fellowships created for his for the 60 postdocs that he has. He could pick 4 or 5, and they could start companies with tiny funding. Got turned down. So my point is, if you guys can't create the deep tech virtuous flywheel of capital and innovation, nobody will. So I really hope you succeed, and then the Germans and the French can copy your model, because you have all of the building blocks you need.
Okay. Janne, in your expert opinion, or from your expert opinion, what specific policy changes could most effectively catalyze growth and success within the startup ecosystem?
Well, there's really so many on the table right now, so taking them aside, just sort of answering a little bit more simple to that, we've been working for the single market in the EU. It's the 30th birthday, so I've got a new tattoo marking 30 here on my leg. But it's still not reality, and that's the single market. And then we have the digital single market, which is even less of a reality. Hopefully, we're on path of building that, but the startups in European countries need a bigger European market to start reach out to. Of course, many of them want to start global, but some even start US.
To have a larger home market, so to speak.
So yeah, we need to remove a bunch of hurdles, standardize enforcement of current laws, and make sure that all these new laws are enforced in a harmonized way. There's a lot of work to do on that.
You seem to agree?
Yeah.
And what else is needed? What else would be really, really effective?
Well, I think there are some tweaks needed to the tax code. It's really difficult, for example, to bring on new founders in a company. I mean, or a co-founder at a semi-early stage. If you have all the entire team when you start, that's good. But if you need to add someone along the way, the tax system in Sweden makes that really, really difficult. And that's, you know, I talk to every single customer of mine has that problem. So that's a big thing. The second thing I think is to streamline job applications for people outside the EU. It's quite random now. You can get it approved. I've gotten it approved in like 2 or 3 days, but it could take. I've also experienced that it took like 7 months. So it's a fairly random process, and it's completely flawed because the checklist is really simple. Do we pay enough? Yes or no? I mean, it could be automated. It would take a competent person 5 minutes to find out. So why should that take 10 months to decide? It's beyond my mind to understand.
Do we have any real-world examples where policy shifts have directly resulted in significant growth or success
I think
of startups?
The change in the immigration system that happened like 10 years ago, when it was actually possible to have people from outside the EU.
The work visas, you mean?
Yeah, the work visa. That had a meaningful impact. has had, but it's implemented.
You know only of that one example.
Well, I could probably give
Clark
you
has some more.
I got several. I mean, didn't you guys create a market for dark fiber? I mean, you created dark fiber and then you put a service layer on top of that. That's the envy of the rest of Europe, anyway. I'll give two examples, one that's a smash and one that Germany's killing, even though it's a success. PSD2, so we had a rule saying that a bank had to let the customer send their own data to a challenger brand if they wanted to, and the banks didn't want that, but it created Revolut and N26 and an entire fintech ecosystem across Europe that's really now rolling out around the world. So we created a market just by letting data go free. And Germany also has pioneered something called the Digital Health App, DiGAs. They were the first in Europe to do it. You go to your doctor writes a prescription, and it's for an app, and the insurance company pays. So we led the market in this. We had about 30 approved DiGAs. The market leader just went bankrupt. Crazy story. Full disclosure, I'm a tiny shareholder, so I know the process. They went to arbitration with the insurers, and the three-person board set their price arbitrarily so low they couldn't really do business and owed, I think, 9 million in back pay. Long story short, if you're going to do policy to try and create a new market, you have to really think it through, and especially think through what's going to happen when the incumbents come to challenge this new market.
And what happens to competition?
So the banks weren't able to kill this, but the insurers and the health industry in Germany is literally taking our incredible model that Europe wants to copy and killing our own startups.
Janne, you had some examples too.
No, just thinking about, I cannot give any numbers whether it was actually successful, but I've given who's behind the event today, Sub46, and one of the startup manifestos years ago was part of driving the change in stock option programs for the Swedish environment, which most likely at least helped a bunch of companies. So that's a good example, not least, of what you can achieve in dialogue with politics when you gather your
you remember that one, Elizabeth?
Absolutely. That was something that I was working with even before, early on, when nobody understood why it was important. One thing that changed in Sweden is a tiny one that actually changed, that was not improving the system, was that when you were, if you're a sort of a professional board member, you could take the board compensation into your own company, which you cannot do anymore. So now people create whatever you have, you being consultant and anything, because what happened is that if you're on a board and you get your compensation, you can invest in the company or any other company. So that was such like a micro business angel system that was actually important, and that is not possible today. I think, which it's just by the tax authorities that there's no law that has to be changed. It's just the tax authorities that has to be sort of rethinking how they see that.
Can't the parliament just mandate them to change?
No.
No,
that's not how it works. But the government could actually they could, have a question whether that is, if they can probably rethink it. But I'll ask the Minister of Finance why she hasn't changed it.
Those who know their business best are, of course, startup founders. So I'd like to finish off by asking, how can startup founders play an even more significant role in influencing the policies that impact their businesses? Maybe you have a brief suggestion each. Do you want to start, Clark?
Sure. Every startup usually meets a lawyer and an accountant when they're setting up. A CEO has too many things to think about when they're setting it up to start to hire a policy person. So it's the CEO's job in the beginning. Many of these markets you're entering in a startup are now becoming regulated. So you should sort of level up and just at least have one coffee with somebody who knows policy of your sector before you start. Because we see people screaming now about the AI Act. The Commission proposed the AI Act 2 years ago. The headlines now came because the Parliament now just weighed in. I mean, these processes take years in Brussels. If you don't have it on the radar, you'll learn way too late to influence the process. So take a half an hour when you're starting up your company in the first year and learn about the policies that could affect you. Because honestly, the people in Brussels are desperate to hear from startups. I talk to them all the time. They're desperate to hear from the real world. They get very little input from the ecosystem.
And sign up to your newsletter. Then you'll also be updated.
Yeah, sign up to Politico. They have a great newsletter.
What about...
I second that. I think it's a good idea, but don't expect anything to happen. I got really much engaged in the qualified employee stock options work that was started in 2016, even to the point that the government, in their proposal to the parliament, actually quoted me personally in their proposal, because I was one of the few people who had actually bothered to write a sensible motion regarding it. And I've spent tons of time writing about that, bringing it up, and actually at least partly bringing up one of the major flaws in the law that probably not due to my intervention, but possibly to a small degree, forced a change of the law, because they had actually forgot to write into the law how these shares should be issued.
So you're a bit disillusionized.
What I'm saying is that I spent so many hours on that, and the result was very small. I'm still proud of it, but don't expect too much of it, even if you get engaged.
Okay. What about you, Janne? This is your job to work with policy, but how would you advise startup founders to engage?
Yeah, I was thinking about just one thing: get in touch with your local politician or your member of parliament that's from your constituents. But I do think it's maybe even more important to organize, because, like you're saying, it's so tough to get into this, and a lot of it is EU stuff, which is super complicated, take years. So I do think you need to find some friends to get together with, maybe other startups within your startup hub or wherever, and try to see if you can together achieve something where you can put in a few hours each, and that then you might be able to achieve more. Yeah.
Would that be worthwhile, Elizabeth?
Yes, and I'm just thinking. I guess I'm very, tech solution oriented. I'm thinking, like, what is the platform? What's the group, the format that we can use actually when you hit one thing that you're like, why does it work like this? Make it super easy to just post that on whatever that technical platform is, to make sure that I can actually go there and look at it and see, okay, we have taxes, and then I read tax issues, or these regulations doesn't work. These regulations are,
like a digital markup of some time.
Exactly, so that all the things that you encounter on on a work day, that you can actually post it, because you forget it, and you are not supposed to know where and how you should put it in what circumstances, but just to make sure that there is a lot of stuff where we can see the struggles that are in different phases of a company. That would be great. Then the other one is having advices for your business, but this is more like the struggles that you have.
So that was a great business idea. Thank you for that one.
And then if you're in a new industry, like we did with the fintech sector, it was difficult for every fintech company to visit the politics. So we created the Swedish Fintech Association, which I was sort of part of forming, and then we could speak for many. And that is also a very, very Swedish model, how you interact with politics and decision makers.
Along with Janne's recipe. Thank you for coming and bringing so many ideas, suggestions, and also being a bit skeptical, but still keeping the hope up. Give a warm hand to our panel.
Thank you.
And we knew that the temperature was going to rise in the room, and that it's hot and summery outside. So this is called an ice break, what we have now, and we actually have ice cream behind you. It's a 10-minute break, and then we have an amazing panel on AI and an amazing panel on diversity and inclusion. So have a leg stretch, play some music, see you back in 10 minutes. Oj, det var som att vi blev förgiftade. Kände du corfumesen? Ja, det var fruktansvärt. Det kändes som någon ställde en bil och bara blåste rakt in på oss. Jaha. Ja, det kanske det gjorde. Känner du inte car fumes?
Jo, men jag har stängt dörrarna nu.
That is probably the music.
There you go.
Dear guests, bring your ice creams. And you don't want to miss this next panel on AI. We have great panelists coming up. So bring your ice cream and join the audience again. And we will talk about how startups can strike the elusive balance between innovation, responsibility, and successfully evade ethical dilemmas, and what the role of policymakers should be. So listen to this amazing panel, who the panelists are. We have Laura Crichton, marketing lead of Sana, Mikael Ljunglo, head of public policy and press at AI Sweden. We have Maxim Ricard. He is the policy manager for Allied for Startups. And we have Oliver Edholm, CEO at Depict, and he's on the Forbes 30 Under 30 list. Give them a warm welcome. So great to have you.
Hey.
Hey. Maxim, part of your job is to help startups navigate global and EU tech policies. What's on top of your agenda? What keeps you busy at the moment?
Well, obviously the AI Act, I would say.
What happened today? We've been in here.
Yes, I mean, thank you first of all for the invitation. Yes, this discussion is actually extremely timely because I don't know whether you saw it, but like a couple of hours ago, the European Parliament just adopted its committee position on the Artificial Intelligence Act, which is something that may actually set a global standard. So this is a major development for startups because a lot of new obligations are going to come up with that. So
very, very briefly, help us understand what's the AI Act for Dummies that we need to understand?
Briefly, you sure?
Is it possible?
Well, basically, the AI Act aims to regulate the use of artificial intelligence in Europe. As I said, it has the potential to set a global standard, which is why it's so important for us to understand that, specifically for the startups. And it follows a horizontal and risk-based approach, meaning that depending on the risk of your AI systems that you either develop or use, you may have a specific set of obligations. There are 4 risk categories: prohibited, high risk, medium risk, and low to no risk. Let's just say that the high-risk category is the core of the AI Act and is what will keep the startups busy, I'm sure.
And for those who are worried that this will limit innovation and just create a lot of bureaucracy, what are they saying?
Well,
what are people worried about?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think the biggest challenge with the AI Act is obviously the legal clarity challenge. Many startups, when they start up, when they are created, or when they want to use an AI system, or when they want to develop it, they want to be sure about what they can do from a legal standpoint. It's really important for them. So I would say that definitely this is the biggest challenge for them. First of all, the legal clarity challenge. And regarding the obligations, so to say, there are many. They have requirements if they are, for instance, providers of high-risk AI systems, meaning that they need to put in place, for instance, a risk management system. They need to draw up technical documentation. It's quite heavy, actually, for the startups.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oliver, at the age of 16, you became the world's youngest AI researcher. Is that true?
Some in media say that.
Yeah. What are you building today with Depict?
Yeah, so what we do at Depict is we're kind of the brain, the engine behind deciding what e-commerce products you see when you shop online, basically. And
like a recommendation engine?
Recommendations, when you search something on the site, basically all of that we do. Now the last few months, there have been a lot of advancements in AI, especially around generating content. And as we work with a lot of fashion brands, for instance, this has been very relevant for them. So they always try to, our company name is Depict, and I like to say, depict their brand through stories, through content. And what we're doing now is we're building out products to also generate the content tied to the products. So let's say we have midsummer coming up. What the e-commerce merchandisers can do in our tool is say, I want a midsummer collection, and then from that prompt, we automatically generate it, basically. So that's kind of where we're going more and more.
And how many prompt designers do you have working for you?
Yeah, prompt designers, I guess everyone is in some way a prompt designer now. It's quite a new field, so some people tend to be better than others, so we're figuring it out internally.
Are they easy to find?
No, not at all. That's been my biggest focus, just recruiting a lot of depicts history, basically. Yeah.
Depictors, that's what you call them?
Depictisens. Yeah.
Okay. Lauren, Sana AI is an intelligent co-pilot for kind of searching and it's for internal use, like AI for your internal communication information and such. What do you personally use the Sana app the most for?
Good question, and thanks first of all for having me. It's really nice to be here. I'll give a bit of context first before I spill my personal preferences for the tool. But Sana AI is our latest release. It's part of our learning platform, but it also exists within Slack. And because Sana AI is trained on all of our company's knowledge, it can, or rather the answers or actions that it might give me, the ideas are more relevant to me in a working context than if I were using just, say, ChatGPT. So it could be something very simple, like, Sana, what's the guest password for the Stockholm office, which obviously sounds very trivial, but I think if you think about how many times a day that question probably gets answered around companies around the globe, these things stack up. It also might be something a bit more strategic, like Sana suggest marketing goals based on the past quarter's performance. But I think that, to answer your question, the thing that I find most exciting about Sana AI is its ability to capture knowledge that might otherwise be lost. And that's because we have, inside the platform, a built-in space for live meetings and interactive workshops. And if I ask Sana AI to record that meeting, the AI will then transcribe it, summarize it, and then index it so that it's accessible at any other point in time. So if I had a weekly retro and the following week I forget what my colleague had said something about inbound pipeline or whatever it might be, I can just ask Sana, and Sana will take me to the exact second in the conversation where that was taken place.
And if it was filmed, you could see it?
Yes, absolutely.
What do you do with the time you save?
Go on lots of vacations. No, I wish. I think, in all seriousness, I have a little bit more time to focus on bigger questions, but also get to better results faster. I think if you're leading a team in a startup, you're almost always leading from the front, so you're very much down in the weeds, drafting everything from social media posts to emails, press releases, whatever. But you're also trying to think about the broader questions, like how do we go to market? How do we position this new product? Or how do I enable my team to do a better job? And in that scenario, I'm never using the AI to do something that I love for me. But I think anybody here that works in any kind of creative role knows that it takes a lot of shitty drafts before you get to something good. And I think that in those kinds of contexts, the AI can get you past the shitty drafts a little bit.
I totally agree.
Faster.
I use it for script writing.
Yeah, exactly. And
it saves me about 30% of the time.
Yeah.
Mikael, AI Sweden's mission is to accelerate the use of AI in Sweden. That's what you work with. Tell us the demand. What does Swedish companies need to know or need to learn right now?
So let me just say that AI Sweden is a Swedish National Center for AI. We have the mission that you said. But this means that we also work with a lot of different organizations. So we have everything from the public sector, municipalities, regions, agencies, but also startups and large companies. and this means that what they ask for or what they need is very different. I mean, it differs a lot. Some of them are in the very beginning where they need to sort of start their AI journey. They need to get going. They need to see where do we start? How do we sort of grasp this big issue? And usually our advice is to just start with something small that can actually give you some value, right? Some of them are more in the phase where they want to scale this use. They want to move it into sort of an internal phase. And some are at the very forefront of development, wanting to really explore the boundaries. So we try to meet them actually in all these different areas.
And from your opinion, what do they need to know?
I mean, again, it depends on sort of the maturity that you have. What someone starting to use AI needs to know is not the same as what someone who is actually driving the development needs to know. So it's difficult to say in one sentence.
And the startup community, how much interaction do you have with them?
So we run a startup program. We only have startups that have AI as sort of at the core of their business or that actually work with AI. Otherwise, we would be flooded, I think. And what we try to do for them is we try to provide them with a community where they can learn from each other, but we also try to do matchmaking to make them meet both the public sector and larger corporations to see how they can find collaborations.
Oliver, coming back to the AI Act, how would it affect a company like Depict?
Yeah, I don't fully know yet exactly. As you mentioned, like some of it is a bit vague. They're like defining different risk levels, right? I think in general this might be untypical of someone in my position to say, but and it might not be in my best interest, to be honest. I think it's good that we're more cautious than be on the more cautious side with this technology.
Why is that good? Why is that important?
I think, like in short, I can explain why, but in short, I think the development of AI is potentially the most I think it's the most risky thing we're doing ever in humanity's history. It will make us or break us, I think. It's growing incredibly quickly. Already you can like make biological weapons and so forth with ChatGPT-like models. Like, how can I make a biological weapon in my kitchen? Let's wait until we can create a pandemic in our kitchen. You can hack websites very easily with ChatGPT-like tools. And if you look at how ChatGPT, like the underlying architecture looks, there's a lot of low-hanging fruits. It's pretty stupid, actually, if you look at how it does things. Like
low-hanging fruit for hackers?
Good question. Low-hanging fruit in terms of if you want to make a smarter version of it. Right now, we've thrown a ton of data, a ton of compute at these models, and it's just gotten better. We haven't really fine-tuned. If you look at how ChatGPT models store factual information, there was a research paper where it looked up how does it store the information of the concept of Paris. And you look, and it turned out it's really inefficient from a computer science perspective. And if you just hooked it up to a database, if it just had like a long-term memory, it would be like a matter of 1,000 times more efficient at storing things, for instance. So I don't know how much you want to go into, but I think like I would rather be regulated as hell than this kind of going out of control. Yeah.
Okay. Hands up those in the audience who agree with Oliver, just to see what kind of crowd we have in here. I would say 50% of you. What about you, Lauren? What's the internal discussion at Sana regarding risks and ethical?
Yeah, I think, I mean, we were talking about this as a team before I was coming here, that with regard to regulation and how startups will or won't adapt, I think that, we adapted to GDPR and all of the various consequences of all of that, and I think that startups will do the same with the AI Act too. And I think that there are probably a number of things that startups would need from policymakers in order to adapt well. I think maybe we're not on as the extreme end of the scale as Oliver, but I think that I don't disagree with exercising some caution.
Yeah, and like, of course, regulation is inherently not good or bad, right? Cars are dangerous, right? And we probably need traffic rules, right? We wouldn't be able to have highways or like autobahn without some shared rules in how we, go. Just because we think cars are dangerous doesn't mean, oh, we should regulate so cars can at maximum go 20 kilometers an hour, right? That would be pretty stupid. So there's good and bad regulation. And if you look at the EU AI Act, I don't know the details of it. There's probably some stupid regulations, proposals there. Based on people I know who looked into it, there's a general consensus that there should be a closer collaboration between the policymakers and the AI experts. But generally speaking, I think people are not taking this as seriously as they should. I think this is like, we will regret not looking deeper into this. Yeah.
I'm thinking a lot about how small can I call you small? How it is possible for startups in the field of AI to compete against the tech giants when you look at the power, the computing power needed, and just the technology that is implied when creating these solutions. And maybe I can turn to you, Maxim. What do we know about the opportunities, or what do your national associations tell you? What do we know about the opportunities for startups to compete with the tech giants in the field of AI?
Well, actually, some of them actually want sometimes to be bought by digital giants, first off. But regarding the opportunities per se, there are actually a lot when it comes to AI for startups and across very various fields. From what I get, and the feedback I get from the members, our members, the nationally based associations, startup associations, they talk a lot about automation, for instance, to enhance the efficiency, to streamline the operation, reduce costs. They talk a lot about data analysis to make data-driven decisions. They talk a lot about personalization, to have an enhanced customer experience. They talk about AI-powered tools, virtual assistants, for instance, to have a customer experience 24/7. So yeah, there are actually several opportunities, and they are constantly telling us, please make sure that we are informed about that, because I think that's the biggest challenge. We're talking about regulation, and I think I completely agree with you that there is no such thing as bad or good regulation, I think. But when you look at the AI Act, which is a bit the thing I've been focusing on for 2 years now, I'm glad it's the end. It's actually something that when you look at the Parliament text, you will see that it's actually quite inconsistent with the approach of the original approach of the European Commission. It was at first a horizontal and risk-based approach, and now they decided to sort of create a new article that contradicts that horizontal approach. So it's not about bad or good regulation, it's about consistent or inconsistent regulation, I would say.
And what would you say, Michael? You have good insight into the AI Sweden's startup program, for example. What opportunities do these companies have to scale and compete with the large tech giants?
I think it's not always about competing with them, but it's rather to maybe use them or sort of add on to them. If we look at this development now with the big foundation models that we have OpenAI, for example, we will have several other ones. I think for startups there are massive opportunities to actually be really nimble and make use of the power in these foundation models and productify them, to make the product, found a niche, use the immense power of these models. This is one way I think they can scale.
And Lauren, what about you? How can you build the trust in a brand that is 1,000 size of a, or maybe the brand isn't, but your team is, you're still a startup, you've been around for 7 years, so you're one of the veterans. But how do you work? How do you approach
Good question. I think
the growth?
My sort of take on the sort of approaching the big tech companies is that we can be successful with specialization and speed to market. So we can obsess over a specific domain and then really try and figure out how to solve for all of the user workflows within that specific domain. So in our case, enterprise companies of certain sizes, whatever. And I think that the way that you can build trust in that scenario is to build really strong relationships with your customers. And that's something that we take really seriously at Sana. And I mean, I can give you an example with the feature that I was talking about just before. So the feature where if you're transcribing and summarizing and indexing, etc. Now, our partners had a lot of questions and thoughts about the sort of the protocols and the permissions around a feature like that, right? Because obviously, no one really wants an AI to be listening to every single conversation that's taking place in an organization. So one needs to think carefully about how you give administrative permissions. So we worked really closely with our super users to figure out what their needs were, what their concerns were, etc., and built the feature out based on that.
So integrity becomes part of the user experience.
100%, and I think it's something that is truly. It's such a privilege, but also such an advantage for startups relative to corporate enterprise and to big tech, is that proximity that you have to the customer. And if you build that strong community of super users around you, it's not to be underestimated.
Great perspective. How do you build that trust, and how do you manage to compete on a global scale, which you do already with a small team?
Yeah, so I think a great example where this is already done is Midjourney. So Midjourney is, you've seen all these examples where they have these photorealistic images. Last time I checked, they were 15 people in their company. So that's an example where it's possible. I think if we talk about policy and regulation, I think we can really get into a win-win scenario by regulating massive training runs of new foundation models. Since when we've historically gotten this huge step-up advancements is when you've taken a more order of magnitude more data and more order of magnitude more compute to train a massive model, and then all the other startups build something around it. And those only a handful of companies can do today. So it's quite easy to target those massive training rounds. It's very definable. Okay, if you can't train models.
And just so I understand, training the AI models.
Yeah, training the AI models. And then the nice thing about that is suddenly that helps the smaller companies stay, the big tech giants can't, run ahead through their massive computing resources.
Because you just piggyback on that model, basically, as a small startup.
Yes, exactly. So with that, startups like us can keep up, and we as a society can really try to get our shit together before the next massive training runs.
And how did you say that you see that policy or regulation could help create a framework that is open and accessible for everyone?
Open and accessible for everyone. I think it's just saying it's pretty massive training runs you would do to create the next GPT-5, let's say. That's more for a very handful of companies.
For a country.
Yeah, exactly. So for startups, it's less applicable, which is nice. You don't want to slow them down for unnecessary reasons. And then you can have like niche examples like Midjourney, like Depict. We focus on fashion, where we can find like hand-picked data sets which are more niche, and we can work closely with the customer and create a really great use case for them without us necessarily having to face some of the other risks. So
the you just use the AI infrastructure, so to speak.
Yeah.
Michael?
I think what you said last is really important. This is a kind of new infrastructure, but we also need to treat it as such. What we see now with the private companies in the US mainly training these really large foundation models, I mean, it's a private company controlling something which is an infrastructure. This is why we at AI Sweden have developed GPT-3, which is a large language model for Swedish and the Nordic countries. It also speaks a bit of English, but not that great. And we've actually done this in a completely different way. So we've done it completely open. We share the model for free with the academia, with the private sector, with the public sector, those who we deem are sort of trustworthy to use it. And this is a model we think that could be copied and done on a European scale to actually build a publicly accessible infrastructure and not be so reliant on the big tech companies. So you can do this in different ways.
Is that a Swedish model, or are you copying what's being done in other European countries?
No, it's a new. It's actually the largest open model in Europe. So we're. It's fun to say, but we're actually leading the way in Europe in this aspect.
Had you heard about this one, Maxime?
Sorry.
Had you heard about this model?
Actually, no. Actually, that's a good thing how you put us together.
I would love us to be here all night, but we can't, so we have to end. And I would like to understand more how AI also can be a force multiplier for the whole startup ecosystem. And if you have ideas about that, do you want to start, Lauren?
Selfishly, I think this is a great question because I think it speaks to what Sana has been trying to do since the very beginning. So I think there are today thousands of startups out there that are trying to solve the world's most important problems. And our thesis has always been, what if we could make every single employee in all of those organizations 30% plus more productive, help them learn 5-10 times faster than they ever have done before? Because then you think, wow, imagine the progress that would catalyze. So I think that's the reason why all of us at Sana get up and do what we do today.
What do you see? What do you have as a suggestion for how AI can be a multiplier?
Yeah, like as I said, like AI will either break us or make us. So there's insane potential if we do it right? I think we can, I think in the short term, just the ability to create minimum viable products is it's so much easier now, since you don't have to know all the steps. So, I only know back-end stuff, but I don't know much front-end. Well, ChatGPT can write a minimum viable front-end for you.
I was thinking about that when Gulfem was here, the head of Amazon Sweden, and talking about working backwards model. I was thinking of how they could increase the speed with AI.
Yeah, so I think it's not as good as a perfect coder, but it's good enough to get the MVP out, see that customers actually want it, and then from that feedback, you can then hire someone who's really good at it.
So maybe get 10 times as many mini MVPs out.
Yeah, and
have a lot
exciting.
of new ideas. That would be very exciting. Michael, what do you see? If you could have that magic wand and AI could be a force multiplier in many, many more areas at low cost, what will you do?
I mean, I think for startups, it's what we said, make use of the power in these foundation models. I think that's really a key thing. But speaking more broadly, I think we will see a massive productivity increase if we use this in the right way, also in the public sector. I think this is absolutely key. We can actually manage this demographic development that we have, but we will be able to actually increase quality of care, for example, at the same time. So I think, opportunities are are there.
And opportunities for startups are great too, because we can hear that there's so many issues we need to solve. Maxim, you'll actually get the last word. What would you like to see?
Well, actually, I want to say that I actually wholeheartedly agree with what has been said about AI. I think we are in an AI moment. We are in a generative AI moment, actually, with all the debates around ChatGPT, and the EU debates show it quite clearly. Just like in the 90s and the 2000s, we were in an internet moment. So I think we should make the most of it. I think it will not only revolutionize how startups work, but how we work in general, actually. If a person tells you that it does not use, if a lobbyist like me does not tell you that it does not use ChatGPT on a daily basis, that person would be lying, and I do not use it personally. So yeah.
Thank you so much to this amazing panel. Give them a warm hand. Thank you so much. And it's time to refurnish a bit on stage here and put some new mics on. So if you would take 2 minutes, talk to the person behind you or in front of you, make pairs about what they have on their agenda or what has been most valuable for them this afternoon. Just have a 2-minute chat while we switch microphones. Hi, Sharon.
Okay, yeah, I will be. Hi.
Good to see you. No, okay.
Yeah, fantastic.
Thank you.
And I've done a lot of psychology studies around.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Have the greatest panelists here today, and the day isn't over yet. We have one more panel, a really important one. The topic we're going to discuss is diversity, inclusion, and equity, or diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, and it was originally called the Swedish model, But now, after I have prepared this panel with our panelists, it's called the Swedish model ? We're going to talk about both, of course, the importance of diversity, equity, inclusion, and how to really achieve it, but we're also going to put that question mark after the Swedish model and see, is there really a Swedish model? And if not, how can we strengthen it? And these panelists are also amazing. We have with us today, I'll read the names. Zakaria, he's an angel investor and ex-Truecaller. And Mahdi Ahmed, he's the co-founder of Pelvo. And we have Sharon Green, the business psychologist and learning and development leader and talent development specialist at Kindred Group. Give them a really warm welcome.
I love this song. Well.
Was it?
Yeah, no, it's good.
Ooh. I've had so much fun today. I saw all of you got really engaged about the last panel. Mahdi, what was your takeaway from the AI panel?
I would say that it was really very informative. A little bit the debate between whether AI is a good or is a bad, but we know that everything they have their default and their quality. So we'll see what the future will going to say.
Yeah. You also got excited. You started dancing or you started panicking. I don't know what you were doing backstage, Sharon.
No, I was dancing. This AI is the greatest opportunity that mankind has ever seen and the biggest threat. And just to see people like Oliver, who just understands the total ethos of it, it's great.
Did you get excited or a bit defensive?
No, I'm excited, but there's also the realistic part where AI, it will be like either the people who have it and the people who don't have it. So it's also how to create equality in the access of the knowledge, because whatever you actually put in the model, like if you're using history books, that is not very favorable for certain type of people. So there is a huge opportunity, but again, it's also how do we use it.
So you immediately bring us into our panel, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I'll start with you, Zakaria. In your new initiative, Charmer Ventures, you're combining your long expertise of creating successful startups with a really strong sense of purpose. You're back to do good, you've said. And how do you hope to create more diversity with your initiative?
Yeah, I was hoping not to be back, because this is the same discussion I had 2016. Standing on stage talking about diversity, inclusion. And since then, you keep seeing numbers like since after the pandemic, there's less female leaders in management, there's less money going to people of color, there's less money going to female founders. And for me, that for the past 2 years, I've moved into more being an angel investor, and I'm seeing myself being the only person of color on cap tables. And for me, it's the same thing what I did in Orten, is I wanted to demystify the whole tech scene, to give the ability for people to learn the tech skills, to be in tech events, just removing barriers. I want to do the same thing with venture capitalism by removing all this mystical thing about venture capital and just opening it up as much as possible for...
So you're bringing underrepresented groups into cap tables. Yes. That's your vision.
Yes.
Cool. Sharon, you're a certified business psychologist. What do we know about the effects of non-diversity and non-inclusion in the workplace? What does the research tell us, and what does your experience tell us?
I can tell you what we know about diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. I don't really know about the absence of it, because who knows, we can hide it, can't we? I think we know now that millennials and Gen Z, 75% would say that they would leave a company if they felt like they didn't belong. I sit on this panel because I'm so passionate about this topic. I am mother of a 3.5-year-old. I'm queer. I have a Japanese niece and nephew, a Turkish Muslim uncle. I am an immigrant to Sweden, but guess what? I look Swedish. So there's no questions asked. That's why I'm here, to represent those people that don't know they're being judged for looking the way they are. I can put on a bit of lipstick if I'm in a country where I'm going to get beaten up for being gay. I can just fit in. That's why this is such a passionate topic for me. It's okay to invite, by the way, AI and I, because there is no filter for DE&I in AI. I went to a workshop 8 weeks ago, before I was even asked to talk here. I said, tell me, what are your ethics surrounding DE&I? I don't have any ethics. I don't have a filter. I have no morals. I'm not programmed like that. So yeah, the positive effects of DE&I can tell you about. The negative effects we'll never know. Well, society will deal with the same issues over and over again. That is a byproduct of non-acceptance, being judgmental. So yeah, let's focus on the positives of DE&I, shall we?
Mari, how can you as an entrepreneur be a catalyst for more diversity, equity and inclusion?
I will say that I lead Belvo, which is a fintech startup, where from the beginning, I will say it's from personal experience, we have designed and put the principles or the pillar to really enable underrepresented founders to run their businesses from day one. So we see today that I would say 60 to 65% of our customers are underrepresented founders. And if you see our organization or startup, we have 8 different nationalities. 70% are females.
Unusual for fintech?
Yep. We are sitting in 5 different countries.
Wow.
Our majority shareholders are a female, sitting there, they'll say. What else can I add? We are not only a catalyst, I will say it, we will consider as a source of the DA within our organizations. That's the internal part. But now we have really the journey of those underrepresented founders, where we follow also. We see in ourselves not only being a company like enabling those underrepresented founders, but there is a time where we play the incubator as well, where they need advice, they need guidance, they need capital, which is one of the biggest issues in the market. There is another issue that I wanted to mention here, so that a lot of you today get to know is there is many VC who consider them as an impact VC, but never provide any result. So you have the VC part, which consider themselves impact VC, bringing money to those underrepresented founders. They move within their journey building infrastructure, product or service. But this money will going to be finished, only spending within that infrastructure. Let's say they make it happen. They build their product, they build their service. Today they come to the market. There is no credibility or there is no guarantee that those products or service will going to be buy in the market. There is bias on that particular segment. So what we see is, now we said, okay, we are about to launch soon what we call a studio lab, where we're saying to those...
Which is like an incubator?
Yeah,
or...
let's call it like that.
Yeah.
Where we are going to provide our knowledge and products to those, not only for underrepresented founder, but anyone who would like to test their idea.
Yep.
We'll give them this infrastructure for free for 1 year, just so that they feel, I will say it, or do they have the same chance that anyone else have in this beautiful country?
Zakaria, would you say that there is a Swedish model, or does Sweden really have a good reputation for diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace?
I think we do, but I think it's old reputation. I think Sweden is we care a lot about what the rest of the world perceives us. And I think a lot of policy that was done previously, we have a great place where there is gender equality. We have like parental leave. There's a lot of policy that was created. So in general, we do have. But for the past few years, there's a lot of other cracks in the model that we cannot turn ourselves away, because I just became a father like 3 months ago, and realizing that I have a black son growing up in Sweden that will guaranteed be racially profiled by education and workplace, everything that I went through, and I think that
hasn't changed,
or even become much worse. So we do have a history, but it doesn't mean that we should live on it forever. We should also adapt according to time.
So what was your perception of was there a perception for you of a Swedish model? Did you have expectations, Sharon?
No.
I'd
never heard that there was a Swedish model. I think we do really well with gender equality, in terms of kids and families and giving families the right to go back to work. But yeah, I think there's a long way to go. I think it's sold to us as the finished article. And I always use like talent. Talent just feels like, there you go, there's some talent. This is opportunity, isn't it? And Sweden isn't finished. It's definitely making headway as compared to lots of other countries. But I think sometimes that can be enough for them, or for us, because I am a Swedish citizen. So let's see how we can do better. When we know how to do better, we can do better.
Mm. So help me do my job. What is the key question I should ask you that would help us understand how to unlock more diversity, equity and inclusion? Zakaria?
I think the part is like asking the victim to come up with a solution. Yeah. That is the problem. Like for us to be here on stage to explain this, it shouldn't be. It should be the people who are sitting in leadership who look like average, is called Johan or Erik. No disrespect, but that's stats. Those are the ones who should answer on what can they do to actually improve this.
Yeah, it's so funny because I always say, please do not ask the blind man to describe the landscape. Mm.
But let me rephrase then. I totally understand your point of view, but you're building from scratch, and you're building a company that your son would be comfortable working in and would thrive in. I hope.
Hopefully.
That's your goal. What is most different from other startups, do you think?
I think it's transparency. To build it in a transparent way. Like we should have, as we have, it's a country where everything is public information, but there should be public information regarding gender details. We do have about salary, but as much as we're sitting there looking at Glassdoor or Trustpilot based on what customers feel, but there should also be like transparency and a unit to measure, okay, is this an inclusive workplace? Like, you know, it's not only diversity, but there's also, are people feeling included in that? And I think that is the only way to do it, by at least trying to be a solution to it.
You also want to be a talent magnet for everyone interested in working for you, meaning also you want to lower the thresholds for underrepresented groups. What do you know that you're trying to do differently, that you're deliberately trying to perfect?
It's actually, here we are not reinventing the wheel. See the model of the US, North America. See the model of UK, just a couple of hours from Sweden.
They are better than our model?
100%.
What is it that are better there?
The government is doing a fantastic job at bringing together, not only putting policy and regulation in place, but they are involving those who is like those whose this policy has been built. Here you see, I will say the government is doing, and certain organization, a tremendous good job, but they are not, I will say, putting in place or involving the right people when they are implementing those policies.
Sharon, as a talent development specialist, what are your strategies for sort of designing and also recruiting a really diverse team?
Well, thank you for asking. I work with the LGBTQ+ network. I'm run Womenkind, which is our women's network, and I'm really active in most of the networks, actually. When it comes to attracting diversity, we have used various things, looking at language that we use. We're a tech company, essentially, so I'll never forget, if you're the next rock star, come work for us. Work hard, play hard. Yo, I really want that job, thanks, but no thanks. So we built a forum to test content, which we used. The head of talent development came into the Womenkind network, and actually we are called Womenkind. In that meeting, we weren't very kind to him. But yeah, so we test language. We've done LGBTQ+ in tech. The company did the whole event. I ran it. We had leaders, like people from all over, and companies like AWS attended. We had ambassadors. I even had a secret agent coming to look at the venue before, because yeah, it was very James Bond, that was. And so yeah, lots of different things. One of the things that I do, tech onboarding, it's called the Accelerate program. We have lots of different nationalities. And I just thought, how can we get people talking to each other? So we had a potluck lunch, and each brought a dish from their home country of origin, and they had to explain it. Some of it was their grandma's recipe. I can honestly tell you, I've never eaten so well as I did that day. And it was incredible. We create opportunities to get to know each other. This is how it works. Mm-hmm. You know, sometimes you come to Sweden and you see lots of lovely blonde fish swimming in a bowl, and you're on the outside feeling like the cat that just wants to jump in. It's not possible.
Do you think Sweden is a very closed country? You told me earlier.
I think you're steeped in traditions which are absolutely beautiful. I mean, I want to dance around a pole like a frog, like a Swede, but invite us. Tell us what the heck is going on. Tell me what nubbe is. You know, make things accessible. I think we're all well-travelled, we're educated, we're kind people, we're curious people. So yeah, invite us into the culture. We might be different, but we're similar.
So a lot of us here are startups. We have a day one culture. We can do things differently because we design our own ways of working in our own company culture. And could you sort of have, could we end by you expecting something from all of us here?
This is very difficult because we all need to accept some uncomfortable truths, and we all need to understand what our privilege is. And your privilege, if I asked you to stand up and I said, who did a university degree? Well, everyone born in Sweden has access to education. I couldn't take a degree. My parents didn't have enough money, so I had to self-study. So when I put my achievements on LinkedIn, my goodness, you know, I've worked full-time, I've got a kid, I've moved countries. Now, no one's to blame. You don't choose your privilege, and no one's sitting here going, oh, I'm really jealous you've got free education. But please, we see the world through our own lenses. All I'm asking is be aware of your privileges and use them to support others. One thing, if you're advertising on LinkedIn and you want a degree, maybe it's from a person that hasn't had that privilege. Give them a hand up. That's
Thank you, Sharon. Very straightforward. What would you expect from all of us? What would you expect more from us?
No, I think you summed it up perfectly, because I think it's all about finding allies. It's like, I think every time I've had the opportunity in life, it was someone who didn't open the door but just left a little where I can start to set my foot in. And I think that is the most important, that everyone has a responsibility. Because in the end of, like, we need to, Sweden is we're competing on a global level. And I think one most interesting part is that I spoke to an investor like a few weeks ago, and I asked him, like, how come you, one of the largest Swedish investors, how come you didn't invest in Truecaller? That happened to be the largest tech IPO in Sweden. He said bias.
Bias?
Yeah.
Wow. And also bias.
Oh, yeah.
Swedish word. Because it was a good investment.
Yeah, and because the reason is, like, I was using Truecaller when I was living in Nigeria every day.
You saw the value of it.
Yeah, my parents are using it every day in Kenya. It's a society here in Sweden. We are based on trust. In our countries, everything is phone communication. You pick up the call no matter what. So they built a product that was for the world. So the same thing when we're here in Sweden. You know, Sweden is a very small market. If you want to succeed, sure, you can succeed, but you're going to compete in a global market. And for you to have that insight and to continue to compete, you do need to be more inclusive and bring in talent and help them out, or there will be investors outside of Sweden looking in and saying, you know what, I'll pick these guys.
So business advisors, increase your awareness.
Yes.
Maddie, final word from the final panel. That's you.
I would say that it's always to have a growth mindset, I would say. Here in the Nordic, we have a fixed mindset, which is attached to the culture and to the traditions. Nothing bad, but the world is moving. We always say that innovation is ahead of the regulation. But I always say here, culture and tradition are ahead of the regulation as well. So I will say the growth mindset will going to give us an abundance of opportunity. As Zakaria said, we are competing on a global level. So let's face as a one the world.
Thank you for those final words. I couldn't have done it any better. And thank you so much for joining today. all of you. Thank you. Give this panel a warm hand.
Well done.
Thank you so much. It's time for you again, Sebastian. I know the feeling. You planned something for a long, long time, and you envisaged something, and now we've had an afternoon together. I know you want to say a few words. How are you?
I'm good. I've been, for the first time in a long time, sitting back, relaxing, and really enjoying the show. So thank you for taking us through an amazing afternoon.
What did you enjoy the most?
The depth of the panelists and the sparkle in the eyes of our friendly neighborhood founders that is running in the corridors here and really seeing, okay, wait a minute, this thing, policy and regulation, maybe I actually have a voice in changing that. So I see...
Sorry. No.
Go ahead.
No, so you can finalize the day and also invite us to some more social activities afterwards.
Yes,
I'll leave it
exactly.
to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Beata. Yeah. I know I'm now, it's been a long afternoon. I'm between you and some drinks, so I'll be brief. So yeah, just as I mentioned, we had an amazing afternoon, and I'm really happy how things turned out and all the conversations we had, the insights and the opportunities, and Mari really sums it up in a good way. We have an amazing opportunity. Let's channel the energy that we have together and really make a difference. And yeah, I hope you all enjoyed this afternoon as much as I did. I definitely leave here more optimistic about the future than I was before. And yeah, and if you're still frustrated and pessimistic about some stuff, I still hope, or at least hope, that you have a little bit more tools in your toolkit to actually make a difference. And I hope sub46.org, which is a policy initiative around this, could be a good toolkit in your portfolio. So to our esteemed panelists and speakers, as we move ahead, I really think that we are in a good position to empower startups and entrepreneurs and help them comply and stay focused on being competitive in their market, not have to focus too much on compliance. And yeah, let's put our hands together for our amazing speakers and panelists for their insightful contributions. And also, before we wrap up, I really want to express my deepest gratitude to our fantastic project team, led by Shaina, standing over there. We have Saskia standing over there. And we have Bianca over there, hiding. And where's Eric? There's Eric. And then also Dan, where are you? There we go, awesome, appreciate it. So this would not be possible without you, so thank you so much for making this possible. And also a special thanks to my wife, who actually had patience with me while we were preparing and setting this up. Yes. And I have to, of course, also say thank you to our amazing event sponsors who made this possible. Stockholm City, Amazon, Danish Entrepreneurs, Meta, Allied for Startups. Your belief in us actually enabled this event, so thank you so much. And, of course, a special thank you goes out to our amazing moderator, Beata, who graciously navigated 8 topics, 19 panelists, and 4 hours of intense conversations. Thank you so much. What an amazing work. You're a superstar. And yeah, I hope everyone had a good afternoon and got some insights, ideas, and connections. And yeah, this was built to create conversations, understanding, and dialogue. And yeah, I hope we'll come closer to that, and let's empower startups together. I want to say a final word about sub46.org. We're still going to continue to work, even though One23 umbrella brand is connected to the EU presidency. We will continue our work on policy topics. You can expect reports, gatherings, and posts going forward as well. And as mentioned from stage, during the policy panel, I think, that there is an interest from the government to have a platform where they can get more structured insights and perspectives of what's going on and startup needs. And I hope we can create that platform to make your voices heard. So we'll continue our work on this, and we'll keep fighting for startups and their interests. And let's build those conversations, and we'll create a better startup environment in Sweden and in Europe. And the next step for you is to head upstairs for a little bit of mingle and finger food, and network, mingle, enjoy the afternoon and the evening, and grab a drink ticket or two from Shaina standing over there while you head upstairs. And once again, thank you everyone for coming and engaging today. It's been great, and have an awesome evening.